and we had the dog euthanized. It was horrible. Now, I didn't take the dog out and shoot it. I could have done that, but I chose to do it in another way. So I'm not questioning this. What I'm questioning is I don't have time to play the entire Face the Nation soundbite. It'd take the next 30 minutes. She was on with Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation. You ought to go look it up and listen to it. She's asked the question, and she just continues and continues and continues to evade the conversation. Daniel then writes this: you have a private conversation with someone. Years later, a different conversation brings up the name of the other side of that private conversation. You mention you met him. When pressed, you say you were at the restaurant he owned. Do you talk about the private conversation? No, it's no one's business but you and them. Daniel, Daniel, are you really this dense? I'm sorry, but really, are you this dense? You say you met Kim Jong-un. Now, your answer when, did you meet Kim Jong-un or did you have a conversation with him? You don't say that you met Kim Jong-un. You say, hey, listen, I've met a lot of world leaders. Well, guess what? I've met a lot of presidents. It doesn't mean I met Jimmy Carter. I've never met Jimmy Carter in my entire life. I don't know do you have some sort of relationship with Kristi Noem? Because when you go from saying I met him to saying I was at the DMZ, that's not answering the question. That's what Democrats do. Republicans shouldn't be doing that. Kristi Noem, you've turned into a Kamala Harris. Go away. Just go away.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I'm Martin Hoke, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better. Unquote. Those are 2 of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumline Services with quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services from Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Folks, Sunday is Mother's Day. You still need a gift for your wife or mom? Hi, this is Christine from Beau Visage Skincare and Spa with some good news. It's not too late to treat her like a queen. Just buy her a luxurious gift package at Beau Visage. And it's quick and easy shopping. Call 303-779-5002. That's 303-779-5002. Or order online at bvspa.com. That's bvspa.com.
Getting your house ready to sell? Rely on the experience of Frank Duran, the real estate man.com.
Does your home need repairs prior to selling? I have the experience and great local connections to help you determine which items are cost effective. We will detail which simple, easy steps you can make to enhance your home's appeal. I'm with you every step of the way.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. With RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale now through Mother's Day. Choose from thousands of easy-to-haul carry-out size trees, including 3-year-old 7 to 8 foot tall autumn blaze size maple trees now only $139.99. 6 to 8 foot tall fall Fiesta sugar maple now $229.99. And 6 to 8 foot Greenspire linden trees now only $139.99. Now through Mother's Day. Come see.
Take I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
Have you heard? The future of banking and mortgage is here, and it's called the Life Changer Loan. The loan where you do your banking inside of your mortgage, where all of your deposits go 100% to principal balance without fear because you have access to all the money to pay your bills, and where the average client pays off their home in just 5 years without changing a dime of spending habit. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Life Changer Loan Corp is a licensed Colorado mortgage company. NMLS 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I've seen the wrong way to sell precious metals. Tangled necklaces, mismatched earrings, broken watches, coins. The wrong way is not knowing who you can trust. That's why I recommend David Ellis Jewelry on 3rd and Clayton. He'll weigh it and pay it. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds. I've known him 40 years. It's time you get to know him. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Starting off with sunshine for your Wednesday. Temperatures today in the upper 50s. Still breezy with some rain showers moving in later on tonight and then off and on throughout the day on Thursday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance. And even cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Speaking to a Senate subcommittee, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin confirmed the U.S. paused a weapons shipment to Israel last week.
We are currently reviewing some near-term security assistance shipments in the context of unfolding events in Rafah.
The U.S. opposes Israeli military action in that southern Gaza city. In the U.S., there's another legal delay that's likely for former President Trump. An appeals court in Georgia is going to allow a review of the decision to allow the Fulton County prosecutor to remain on the election interference case despite alleged conflicts of interest. This decision a day after the former president's classified documents trial delayed indefinitely. President Biden goes to Wisconsin today to announce a $3.3 billion Microsoft investment at the same site that then President Trump touted a Foxconn investment that did not come to fruition. Likely to be a third straight day of severe weather, this time in Arkansas. This is ABC News. 9 of the 10 wrongful death lawsuits following the crowd crush at the 2021 Astroworld Music Festival in Texas have been settled. Lawsuit remaining exists from the family of a 9-year-old who died. The ultimatum from Washington to the Chinese owners of TikTok, sell or be banned. That's been answered with a new lawsuit as ABC's Rachel Scott says the company is challenging the law.
They argue that a ban infringes on the rights of 170 million Americans who use the platform here in the United States. In this lawsuit, TikTok also points out that the Biden campaign continues to use the platform even after the president signed that bill into law. They insist that completely undermines their argument that this poses a risk to American safety. The bottom line here, TikTok will remain available in the United States as this plays out in the courts.
And the Olympic flame officially arriving in France today after a nearly 2-week sea voyage from Greece. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
It started off as a normal day. I felt fine when I arrived at the plant.
Ruth Junius's life was about to change.
Then I dropped my keys. They kept slipping out of my hand. My arm felt numb. A coworker asked me if I was okay, and I couldn't speak. I started to get scared.
Ruth was having a stroke. People around her weren't sure what to do.
They thought I should go home or lie down, but I knew something was very wrong. I wrote 911 on a piece of paper with my other hand, and someone called for me.
Because everyone acted quickly, doctors at the hospital were able to give Ruth treatment that started to reverse the symptoms.
Within a few minutes, I was talking again. I didn't know a thing about stroke before I had one. Now I make sure that my friends and family know all the signs of stroke so they'll get help fast if they need it.
No stroke. Know the signs. Act in time. Call 1-800-352-9424 for more information. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, National Institutes of Health.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Migrants in an encampment being swept today are giving the city a list of demands. The city is offering 30 days of shelter for the migrant families from the encampment in Central Park. Denver Human Services' John Ewing spoke with Fox 31.
We've been offering time and shelter, basically just trying to get families to leave that camp and come inside.
A group of migrants at the encampment, though, says they will go to city-funded shelters only if their demands are met. Those 13 demands include allowing migrants to cook their own food, receiving the same housing support that's been offered to others, and consultations with an immigration lawyer. Time is running out to get Colorado laws passed. The legislative session ends today amid efforts to change how Tabor refunds work. The bill cleared the Senate and was introduced to the House, where it's up for a vote. It aims to lower the state income tax rate instead of refunding money when returns are filed. This year, taxpayers got $800 back. That would only happen again in years with huge sums of excess revenue. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by MSU Denver.
Through downtown, I-25 southbound between I-76 and Spear Boulevard, some normal stop-and-go traffic. We're seeing about a 5 to 10 minute delay through the center of town. Just east of there, I-76 eastbound. Roadwork continues just after I-76 with stopped-up driving back from I-25. Further east and near DIA, E-470 northbound. Slow traffic through construction between 64th Avenue and Toll Plaza D. At the moment, we're seeing about 15 minutes of delays. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, another mild day out there today with a high of 60 degrees, overnight low of 36. We're expecting some rain, scattered showers throughout the Front Range, high 56. The current temperature in Denver is 51 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Calling all future shapers and dream chasers. MSU Denver works with you online and on campus. Learn with faculty and peers to forge your career. Your next starts now. We are the change makers. MSU Denver.
Inspiration spurs action, and action gets it done. Hi, Dan Cicchini, done right kitchens, baths, finished basements, windows and doors. Our schedule's filling fast, so take action and reserve your spot. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
So you're redoing your kitchen and bath? Got just the place for you. Below wholesale pricing on cabinets, granite, sinks, faucets, bath hardware, and all kinds of accessories. Buy and build. Great for do-it-yourselfers. Or send your contractor. And another option. Let Buy and Build do it all. Turnkey. Low cost. High quality. Buy and Build. 560 South Lipan. Just west of I-25 on Alameda. Then south on Lipan. 303-295-6022. Buyandbuild.net.
Inspiration spurs action, and action gets it done. Hi, Dan Cicchini, done right kitchens, baths, finished basements, windows and doors. Our schedule's filling fast, so take action and reserve your spot. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Hey, I hope you called 303-MARTINO at some time and left your name and number so we can get back to you. Or you can call right now live, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. For those of you streaming, you can see Mark Szymanski's here from Genesis. I've known Mark for so many years. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Genesis, by the way, I always say you do everything on the outside of your house, whether it's storm damage or just home improvements. Pretty much stucco experts. You have the smog-eating roof. What was that other new product you talked about you had?
The Allure siding.
And what's great about the Allure siding?
Well, it just costs less than other cementitious siding.
But there is no, we talked about this, all siding is going to need something from now on, from time to time to keep it from getting penetrated with water and moisture around the seams and the nail holes. But that's, I mean, is it right? Don't they all need something?
They all need something. There is some siding products out there that are like solid plastic, but
they haven't. See, this is what disappoints me, Mark. I loved Everlast siding, and then I said the damn stuff is indestructible, but there's always a downside to anything. Yeah. And the downside is it started warping a little.
Right. Yeah, and what happens, especially with our climate, it gets hot.
So if it doesn't breathe, it warps.
Right, and well, again, or it just it's hotter. It's not set up, especially darker colors. It's not set up with the sun that we get because it's a little more intense here, and you got your surface temperatures are way hotter than what they were anticipating.
There were so many products over the years that tried to beat the weather, and basically, Mark, nothing so far has beaten the weather. Now, this product you have, is it Allure?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm reading about it. It's a great product.
Yeah.
And it stands up to James Hardy and the rest of them.
Right.
But all of those still need maintenance.
Yeah, there's one
Hey, Mark.
that I'm a big fan.
Mark, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Listen, I got a question for you. Your guys painted my house. By the way, best paint job I ever had.
I know.
I don't know if it was Hardy board, but it's something like that. And you just said there's some kind of maintenance I got to do. Hell, you painted it 5 years ago. It looks brand new. What am I missing? What maintenance do I need to do?
You got to keep that coating up in order to keep moisture out. Now, if it's still great, that's because of Mark's painting job. That doesn't mean we were just talking.
But that's why I'm asking him in the future. What the hell do I have to do to that stuff?
Well, you got to watch your house. You can go around your house and look at it every once in a while. And if you start to see the paint starting to fail, the sooner you hop on it, the less it's going to cost. Don't delay.
Man,
Don't
if
wait.
I see that paint starting to fail, I'm calling you, brother.
Now, Mark, you mentioned my front door, okay? And again, my front door's looking like crap. I just had that done not long ago, maybe 2 years, maybe a year and a half. I don't know. How often? Now that's raw wood. When I say raw wood, it's all wood. Yep. So is there anything you can put on there that you don't have to keep redoing?
What we're really dealing with nowadays is we have this limit of VOCs.
And I'm Southern Exposure. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you got volatile organic compounds.
They're taking out of paint.
Yeah, they're taking out of everything. And so the bad thing is those things are what made the product so good, and they're reformulating, and they're still working on reformulating to find good products to stand up.
Well, sure, just like pesticides and just like everything else, just like asbestos and things that were good at what they did were bad for our health. Right. And so they're trying to find a balance between longevity and health. And I'm happy about that. I don't want carcinogens all over the world. But here's the other thing, okay? Let's just dispel the notion that anything's maintenance free. Yeah. Except, okay, so how about stucco?
Well, stucco, it lasts a very long time. Can you still get microfractures in it? Sure.
I have to have you look at my house. I have little things that happen in my house have to be sealed.
And I tell you, one of the biggest things is sometimes people redo it because they don't like the color anymore.
Okay,
times change.
But so as far as needed maintenance, everything needs maintenance, basically. Vinyl siding, does it need maintenance?
Not really. I mean,
okay.
Unless it's starting to warp on you. And again, that's because you probably picked a dark color and it's not going to stand up to today's temperatures.
What right now of the sidings? What holds up the best right now?
I tell you,
all sidings. Brick. Brick is the number one, right?
Brick.
No, seriously.
No,
brick.
I agree.
What's second to brick?
I tell you, well, a siding product that I really like is LP Smart Side, with a coating that's done by another company called Diamond Coat.
So you do two different products?
Well, it's one product, but it's sent off to Diamond Coat, and they put a coating on it.
Before you install it?
Before you install it. 30-year no-fade guarantee. The product itself is warranted for 50 years not to absorb any water.
What?
Yeah.
So you order LP Smart Side with Diamond Coat?
Yes.
What is it called? The LP Smart Side with Diamond Coat?
Yeah.
Okay, so brick's number one, stucco's number two probably, or Smart Side number two.
No, I think that, well, again, a 50-year warranty, 30-year no fade.
No, I get it.
And so, but stucco can fade too. I mean, that's all about the coloring.
Okay, so then, but they're still pretty.
I think they're neck and neck.
Okay, and then what comes after that? Regular cementous siding?
Yeah.
Or vinyl? And I'm not talking about prettiness. I'm talking about.
I mean, vinyl is just not big in Colorado. Vinyl is huge throughout the country.
Why isn't it big? Because of the heat?
I think just people don't like the look here.
How about vinyl coated steel, or is that what we're talking about?
Well, the problem we run into with any kind of metal siding is it dents so easy with hail.
All right, man. So basically, I want to build a brick house. I don't know.
But stone. You could also do stone.
Yeah.
I mean, you got beautiful house on the outside with stone.
God, it's awesome. Expensive. So, and let's talk to Chris now. Chris, you want to talk about HVAC? Go ahead, Chris. What's happening, man?
Hey, Tom. Just on a side note, I didn't realize Genesis was going to be on, but he and Rob fixed our house last fall with hail damage in Castle Rock, and we have a stucco house, and they used an elastomeric paint that really did a great job of covering up some of those micro fractures that you've been talking about.
What paint is he talking about, Mark? Do you know?
Okay, so there is a true elastomeric paint. Sherwin-Williams, Benjamin Moore both make one. Very expensive, especially to put it on properly.
Is that what you put on Mark's?
No, Mark's house is a regular sided house, so that was regular paint from Benjamin Moore.
But it was just really good done.
Yeah,
well done.
Yeah, and it was a good product and a good
Does he have?
job.
I forget. Looking at his house, is it a shiplap? What is it?
No, it's just regular. Just a lap siding.
Yeah.
I think it's actually might be like a small Dutch lap, and then he's got stone on the front also.
Yeah. So what's happening with your HVAC, Chris?
Well, I have a bit of a question for you, Tom. So I've been listening to you since the Father John days, and I've heard you, call out
40 years.
Call out, people that are price gouging folks. I particularly remember a case where this Buick dealership was taking advantage of an elderly.
Oh my God, you remember that? It was Don Massey,
Cadillac.
Yeah.
And Mark, do you remember the little old lady?
There was an advertisement in the paper for a Cadillac for, I don't know, 10 grand. I'm making up numbers.
It was 16. She
16,
walked out
and they sold it to her for like 30.
She walked out at 32 grand.
But that wasn't that. The problem with that isn't what she paid for it. The problem was they were advertising it for a third or 2/3 less.
And when I talked to the guy, and he said, "Well, our salesman did a good job." That I went off the deep end on that one. But she didn't know about the ad price, so they socked it to her, plus put every kind of extra you could get on it. Man, I can't believe you remember that, Chris. So anyway, what's going on?
Well, we had to replace an air conditioner at the house, and I went a little overboard, and I had 8 companies come out to give an estimate.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
You would believe, or maybe you would believe the spread.
No, I would believe the spread. Let me guess. What size house do you have?
6,500 square feet.
Okay.
Is it just AC or the full system?
Just wait, Mark. That's what I was going to ask. I'm sorry. Was it just the AC?
But it would just replace one of them. Yeah, it was one of the 2 systems, so one of the HVACs.
I understand what you're saying, HVACs. You have two systems. I get it. But on the system you were replacing furnace and air.
No, just the air.
Just the air. Okay, so just the air to cover half of that system would have been about. You got bids from 6,000 to 22.
Hold on, I want to guess. I got another question though. Was the furnace for that one in the attic or no?
Well, they didn't replace the furnace, but no, it's in a utility room downstairs.
It's in a utility room.
It's the main
now.
floor. He got, I think 24 is high. He had probably 6 to 14 grand.
I don't think so. I think 3,500 to 15 grand.
Yeah, so Mark, you win that one. It was about 4,000 for a Goodman, which I'd never put a Goodman in my house anyway, and then almost 14 for a Ream.
Yeah.
But that's one of my questions, and I'm not trying to be controversial here, but
you can be controversial all you want, even with my sponsors. Okay. I have some of the best sponsors in the world, but I don't have a cheap one in the house. I mean, I have ones that are more reasonable than others, but I got to tell you, man. You mentioned a word, price gouging. Okay, well, there is price gouging when it's price for the sake of price. It's not price gouging when everyone is doing it, and it's the cost of equipment and insurance and lawsuits and wages and everyone competing with everyone to keep employees. The world has changed, my man. So Chris, go ahead with your discussion. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Well, no. And maybe you're right. I want to understand it better because I had two of the companies from your list. One was Front Range HVAC. The other one was Quality First Plumbing. So
I'll
Front
bet you
Range
Quality
came out
First
and they
was
quoted
pretty
me-
reasonable.
No.
Oh,
so
come
Front
on.
Range quoted me. Oh no.
Let 'em
For a
talk.
ream- yeah. So Front Range for a ream quoted me about $7,200, everything included. Quality First came out for the exact same unit, same tonnage, same install, $14,000. I'm just trying to understand, and I even called and talked to the manager asking, what am I missing? And all he would tell me is that we stand by our pricing. I'm just trying to understand it. Like, why should I ever use Quality First Plumbing on your list if I can get it for half, not half,
I
but
have
almost
found
half the
times when
price?
Quality. I'm going to be straight with you here, man. I have found times when Quality First was the lowest price or the middle range price. Now, I mean, I can't talk to your situation, but I will say this. Let me explain this to you. And this, I'm going to give you some inside information, okay? There was a move to consolidate companies with private equity, and they would get companies and buy them up, right, under a big banner name. That's still going on. Okay, so you have a lot of these companies that kept their local name, but they were bought up by private equity. Why am I telling you this? Well, because prior to that, there were people who wanted to revolutionize the furnace and AC business. So they came out with book pricing and new pricing models. And people like you, Chris, have asked this question, why is it that one company can do this and another company does that? And I'm going to have the answer right after this.
The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale now through Mother's Day. See what's on sale at thetreefarm.com. Choose from thousands of shade trees, evergreen trees, fruit trees, and more. And the Tree Farm has thousands of white, pink, or red flowering trees, including spring snow fruitless crabapple and a lot more. And you always get free professional loading. The Tree Farm's early spring tree and shrub sale now through Mother's Day. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
All right, I want to tell you about 888heating.com. They'll come out to your house with a risk-free service fee. That's just $28 for any item that you want. That's the risk-free service fee. That means they'll service your toilet. Now, they'll fix it, yeah, and they'll service it. Now, if you need parts or need something really serious, they credit you the $28. They do that with the water heater as well, which would include a flush. That's 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. I'd love also to tell you about Compass Insurance Group doing your insurance checkups. That's right. They will do a checkup to make sure you're not paying too much, that you're not underinsured, that you're not overinsured. That's 303-996-9000. And Renew Home Innovations. You want a shower that's custom made for your likes and your movements, and get rid of the shub. Do you know what a shub is? It's the shower and the tub combo that you walk over and has those ugly doors or curtains. They get rid of all that, put in a beautiful new rectangle shower, no thresholds to stumble over. It's smooth transition, no shower doors or curtains. The glass takes a turn. You also have the beauty of stone walls that need no maintenance. 72 months to pay. No interest, and they do it in 2 or 3 days. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000, 303-904-2000. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, my man, he will come and do a complete market valuation of your home for the asking. All you have to do is say, Frank, what will I get for this house? He'll tell you. In fact, he's doing that for a friend of mine. He's going out and letting them know what that house should sell for, and they can also tell you what you're going to net and what you can buy. It's all free, complimentary. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. No high pressure, 303-920-1622. And of course, Grossman Wellness. If you want to get healthy, $249 gets you started with blood work and a consultation from a doc to see where you are. Now, I'm part of the program for a few $100 a month. I get everything, my prescriptions, I get my supplements, and I get blood work every 3 months, along with consultations and physicals. It's amazing. GrossmanWellness.com. If you are thinking about retiring, I think everyone is. If you're 40, you should be thinking about it. If you're 60, you should be thinking about it. Hey, here's the bottom line. you need someone to help you, a coach. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, what they do is they help people get ready for retirement by building a nest egg, protecting the nest egg, then converting the nest egg into income. Then they also help with legacy planning through estate planning, and they also help with insurance purposes, all of that. They become your quarterback and make quality referrals as well. Call them and find out what they can do for you. A family-owned and operated company you can trust. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, rpcenter.com. That's rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211.
Nice. That was very impressive, Mr. Martino.
I would say.
It's true.
Well, thank you. Now we're going to talk to Marky rather than doing it in the break.
You're not going to talk to Marc Mager now?
No. Hey, wait. That guy hung up.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to tell him about the pricing, though, anyway, because it... And she erased my notes. Kachino, what a matter with you?
Well, you do it all the time.
What a matter for you?
You're constantly erasing people.
Is she there?
A little bit.
I'm going to cancel her.
I wouldn't do that today if I were you.
Uh-oh. Is she in a bad mood?
No.
Well, it is a day of the week.
Oh, my God. Hey, she's only in a bad mood on days that end in Y.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. What?
You're very sensitive.
Not.
No, we really tiptoe around you.
Yeah, I can tell.
Mm-hmm. Delicate little flower you are.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Completely describes me to it.
You're like a Russian olive tree. 3-inch thorns on it. All right, Mark, don't interrupt Tom again when he's interrupting somebody.
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, Mark.
Is he there?
Mark!
Can you see him on camera?
I don't see him. His face isn't on camera, thank God.
You know what he should do is just come up with a cardboard cutout, and we always think he's there.
Mark, where is you?
¿Dónde está es Marcos?
He's not there.
All right, here we go.
Now, an iHeartRadio station.
All right. I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so let's talk about pricing with HVAC and air conditioning and furnaces and also plumbing and electric home services. Let's talk about it. I'm tired of skirting around this issue, and I'm going to give you inside information that no one will give you. No one. They say shop around, and a lot of times you're defeating it. You're defeating your own. Well, you're not defeating. It's good to shop around, but here's the bottom line. Okay, this is the God's honest truth, and I don't know why people are so shocked by it. Take a company, XYZ. It doesn't matter who they are. If they're doing business the right way, they account for all costs, and then they expense it. And I'm going to explain this because it's honest to God something that no one discusses. I had an electrician one time, and that electrician was charging to go out to a house and do certain things, really low rates. And he was having a discussion back in the day with Andrew Goshern, who was an electrician. And Andrew, at the time, had Mr. Sparky Electric. And Andrew says, and Andrew was a genius, and I love him, honest, good. Andrew had prices that were higher, substantially higher. And they were in my office having a discussion. Dave was the electrician. He was also doing some of my IT stuff. And he said to Andrew, how the hell do you charge all that money to put in an outlet or to go and to put in a circuit or to do this or to do that or to hang a ceiling fan? And Andrew says, well, here's what I do. I look at my costs, my insurance, my van, my this, my that, and then I price it accordingly. So at the end of the day, I also have part of my wages paid, or for that job. And so at the end of the year, I take all my gross receipts and all my expenses, and I pretty much have a predictable profit. What do you do? And Dave said, well, and this is the God's honest truth. Dave did not take any of that into account. He would charge, take the money, put it in his account, not even put away money for taxes, sometimes spend the money, and then realize he had a tax bill, or his materials he put on his credit card, did not account for those, did not pay for those, but took the money, then kept doing that. Dave went out of business. Andrew took Mr. Sparky, and then he added HVAC, and he added plumbing, and he added other things, and started back then a really good company called Candlelight. Well, it turned into Mr. Sparky. It was Candlelight at the time. So then Candlelight sold to Mr. Sparky, into the home services realm. One was Mr. Sparky, 1 hour heating and air, blah, blah, blah. And then George, the guy that owns Fix It 24/7, he was working with Andrew, who was his father-in-law. And then they started, they sold that company. And then George started doing it around the country, big giant companies, and did a great job. And then that's how that started. But let me tell you why. Because they accounted for costs. Now, the God's honest truth is, if you account for cost, you're going to be more expensive than the guy that doesn't. And there will always be people who don't account for costs, always. And they won't last long. We had a guy advertising on this show years ago that did furnaces. And he was doing them for $1,200 at the time. Everyone else was charging $6,000 and $7,000. He justified that he could buy a furnace at the time for $600-800, put it in, blah, blah. He went out of business, left a lot of people holding the bag. Why? He didn't account for costs, not true costs, and he wasn't making money. And they don't pay their bills when they're supposed to pay them. Now, if you take a company that's large and they have 80 vans, 60 vans, 40, pick a number. Those vans are not working 100% of the time, 100% of the week. But those vans all have a cost. They all have people. They all have expenses. They all have licensing, so insurance. So when you take the vans and the people and you aggregate a cost across a company, you have a cost per hour per van. Now, since they're only working maybe 85% of the time, it's impossible to have 100% of the vans working 100% of the time. So if you take an 80% factor, you have to factor in 20% of the trucks empty, not doing anything at the time, and that cost has to be aggregated to the people doing the work. So when you take the math and you do the math, you will be charging more to stay afloat than someone else. It's just the way it is. But then why a disparity? Not all companies are schlock when they charge less. Some of them do account for costs, but they have lower costs than others. But then there's another factor I'm going to tell you about. It's called private equity. Private equity is a move among investments. They do private funds, and what they promise their investors is, we are going to take your money and we are going to invest that money in companies. Now, private equity funds are nothing new. You know, you have all kinds of investors who want to buy companies, and they want to buy them and operate them at a profit. Then they want to spin them off and sell them. The private equity fund is dissolved, and they do a new private equity fund. That's the game. They buy up companies, they spin up the sales, sell the company, the national company, and then start a new fund. Warren Buffett loves doing that. He loves building up companies and selling them. Okay, so private equity comes in and they do something new. Their geniuses said, you know something, in order to have something that's really going to be worth something, what we need to do is have a predictable profit. So when these HVAC guys go in, or home services guys go to seminars to find out how to become part of private equity or how to run their own business, because some of these private equity people actually put on seminars, here's what they tell you. Start with what you want to make on every dollar you invest. Now, that's called a required rate of return. But everyone has a different one. You have Harry might be satisfied making 10% on every dollar, whereas George might want to make 30% on every dollar, and you have some people that want to make 50%. So what they do is they take their required rate of return and they say, this is what we want to make on $1, and then they work backwards and then and then they make book pricing per item. That book pricing takes into consideration the cost of the product, the time it takes to service or install, the insurance, the wages, the HR costs, the company overhead, the vans, the expenses, and then plus profit. Now that RRR, required rate of return, is different for every company. That's why you have the disparity. Now, there's two reasons you have disparity. One is the company's on its way out of business. It can't sustain those prices. The second one is they are making less money on their dollar. It's that simple. It's that simple. I'll guarantee you that there are companies that can do siding more expensive than Genesis Total Exteriors because Mark knows what he needs to make. Mark's been around long enough that I know he knows exactly what he's going to make. Now, sometimes he doesn't have to cut his prices. If competition, he has to get more on the books, he'll cut his profit a little. Sometimes he increases his profit if he's so busy he doesn't know what to do. Is that wrong? Yeah. Of course.
Well, a lot of his work is actually paid by insurance, which is for the most part negotiated pricing.
That's right. So I'm sure though there are companies that are much cheaper than you, right?
Of course, we call them tailgate contractors.
Right. Now I want to make this clear. Not everyone with lower prices are going to go out of business. Not everyone with higher prices are greedy. What I'm saying is they all have a required rate of return. There are some low prices that are unsustainable.
Right.
Okay. Now, we get a discussion all the time on my water heater guy. Okay, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. EuroPlumbing does water heaters for $13.99. He does, that's for a 40-gallon fully installed. $15.99 for, $13.99 for a 40, $14.99 for a 50. Okay, he does cut rate on all plumbing repairs. So I've had discussions with plumbers behind the scenes who say that can't happen. And so I talked to Dimitar, and he explained it. He'll explain it to anyone. He buys his water heaters. He has a system for putting them in, and he makes less money. His requirement, his RRR, is less than someone else's. It's that easy. Now, what is the downside if someone is so cheap they go out of business? Nothing if you don't need them again.
True.
But it's really bad if they make a mistake and then they damage your house or something. They're one bad job from going out of business. That is what you have when it comes to life.
Or, also people that don't pay their bills then. If they're so cheap, then they're not able to pay their bills.
That's right.
And then all of a sudden you get a lien in your house because a shingle delivery company, distributor, is coming after you to pay for the shingles.
Exactly. Now, Mark, and you can have liens on your houses.
Right.
Now, Mark, you've been in business. I've been in business. We have businesses together. Aren't you tired of hearing about pricing? I mean, there is a disparity. When he can price an air conditioner and he goes anywhere from $4,000 to, what did he say, 14?
Look, I shop and I shop and I shop and I shop. It doesn't matter. I shop our referral list members. I shop other people. When it comes to ACs, it's amazing to me. One of the reasons I know that one of the reasons I was way closer on that stretch that guy was asking for, I think I said 3,500 up to whatever, 14, 15,000, is because recently I've been shopping and I have found units that will come and get installed at my house. I need one, just like that guy was talking about. I'm in the same circumstance he was. I have a company. They happen to be on the referral list. $3,000. They don't even know it's me shopping. So don't think that anybody can call up and get that for $3,000. And then I've had ones, same unit, same brand name, same size, same everything, up around 8,000.
Yep.
And the funny part about that is they actually knew it was me. So I don't know if they're trying to put the screws to me.
Here's the the difference between those two companies, if truly it was the same stuff, is RRR. people have different required rates of return, including attorneys, doctors.
Yeah,
everyone.
but that doesn't affect the consumer, Tom. No one cares about that when they're shopping. They're not going, oh, okay, well,
No.
this guy's got to pay off a private
Mark,
equity company, so
Mark.
therefore we're going to. No one thinks that.
No, Mark, I didn't say people think it. I want people to understand it because everyone asks, why does one company charge $4,000 and another one charge $8,000? And there's only a few reasons. One would be whether you have private equity or not, you have a required rate of return or you're going out of business.
You're leaving something out that I think everybody should know as well. There are companies that charge the same amount. Let's say they're both $10,000 for what we're talking about. Identical. They both do the exact same product, exact same price, and let's call them on the extremely high side. One of them will get complaints a lot. The other never gets a complaint about pricing. You know why? Because when the job is done and it's over, one company leaves them thinking, okay, I did really good. I love the people that installed it. I loved everything. Maybe I did spend a little more, but you know what? I'll use this guy again. The other company can leave a bad taste. I don't know why or why they do it, but then it becomes an issue. It's crazy.
When we go to talk to companies, we talk that all the time, and that's called building a value proposition. People who come in and out of there they do the same exact job as someone else. They don't do a good job showing the consumer what they have done, and they just don't.
No, and I want to give people a kind of, it's not really a silly example,
let's take this
but
break.
it's true.
We got more coming up.
Go ahead.
Give us a call, folks. And Mark, you just continue that vein after this. I just want to tell people, call us with any problem, question, or complaint. But one thing I've said on this show, we're not going to pussyfoot around. We're going to give you the truth. We're going to be transparent. You know, it doesn't matter if people advertise or not. It's the truth about life. You're going to find out the truth. For God's sakes, we have the internet now. Everyone needs to be transparent. More coming up.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Calming down throughout the Denver metro. A couple busy spots remain for the late morning commute. I-25 southbound into downtown. We're seeing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. North of there, road work continues. I-270 eastbound after I-76 with congestion back from I-25. Heading out east and north of DIA, E-470 northbound stop and go traffic between 64th Avenue and Toll Plaza D through ongoing road work. This one should be clearing up soon. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies today. Another mild one out there, high 60, overnight low of 36. Scattered showers throughout the Front Range tomorrow with a high of 56, partly cloudy Friday. The current temperature in Denver is 52 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, do you want to talk about a great value? Let's talk about Red Rock's Roof and Solar. Now, I can say this for a fact. Red Rock's Roof and Solar knows how to install, they know how to service, and that's what they do. They don't just sell it. And they have the best people when it comes to financing, tax credits, grants. For commercial stuff, they can get it paid for 100% in the country with the REAP program. They can also help you with a residential system. You need to contact redrocksrs.com. Value, financing, tax credits, everything you need. 303-623 wrong number. Red Rock's Roof and Solar. It's 303-704-2449. No comments.
Oh, hey, I'm.
Don't call me Biden.
No, I'm getting better at my job too.
Have you ever noticed how Mark says I missed something and says the same thing I said?
What are you talking about?
Oh, shut up. I'm just kidding.
What did I say?
Nothing. You said I missed something.
I think you forget what you forgot.
I forgot what you forget. I just forgot what I was going to say. By the way, no more Boy Scouts. scouting.
You know what's funny? I saw that and I looked up Girl Scouts. Girl Scouts are still girls called Girl Scouts. But now the Boy Scouts is everybody. So I don't even fucking understand if maybe they're just not related whatsoever.
Oh, so you're saying they're changing their name, not that you're laying off of them.
Can boys go into Girl Scouts now?
Yes. No. Girls can go into Boy Scouts.
Yeah, because when my son finished up his Eagle Scout, there was girls in his troop.
Of course.
But physically, it's easier for boys to enter
but
Girls
there's no more,
Scouts,
there's
right?
no more girl-boy stuff ever. No more.
No, there's Girl Scouts that are girls.
There
Sort
are.
of.
Yes, my God, man.
Yeah, but you can be a boy if you want to be a Girl Scout. You just have to
Listen,
say,
either gender,
you just
any
have to
gender,
say, "I'm a
anybody in
girl,"
the
and you
world,
can
maybe
be a
even
Girl Scout.
animals, can
Stop.
be what we call Boy Scouts now.
All right.
Girl Scouts are Girl Scouts. So just get in with it. God, man.
Do we still have brownies?
Oh. Yeah, when I was young, we did 4-H.
I think that's still around.
Yep.
I could tell when a cow got into an onion field.
What?
Is that a euphemism for something weird? Hey, speaking of crazy sexual stuff, Boy Scouts and whatnot, how about Stormy Daniels' testimony yesterday?
I didn't
Hey,
hear. What
I
did
think
she say?
I cannot believe what a sham this trial is.
What did she
It is
say?
like
She
it
went
is
into
the
great
crazy
detail about the sexual
Proceed.
encounter. Missionary, no condom, this, that, and the other. You know,
yeah,
whatever.
the judge just let her go off. Then later on, he goes, I probably shouldn't have done that.
But it has me wondering, if you could pick the day, would you want your whoever the other person was that was involved to give a great detailed description of the event?
First of all,
on a stand?
Shannon, I call total bullshit on what she said in her memory. That woman has fucked more people than anybody on the planet, most likely.
Well-
the chances of her remembering something
Right.
from 20 years ago is insane.
Gotcha. Hey, so back to the question. If you could pick the day in your life that someone was going to get on the witness stand and tell the world how you did, would you let them do it? You
Well,
could
yeah,
pick
it
the
would be
day.
last night, and sure, I'd let Suzanne get on.
Right, okay. Yep.
Hey,
I
Mark,
had a-
when are you going to be able to do our bathroom, man, and send someone over to help with design, brother?
That's it. That's it for my question.
Yeah, let's get that figured out. I mean, I mean, now's better than later because it's.
Well, let's get it. The sooner you can get someone out, I know exactly what I want done. Or pretty much, I should say. I just don't know colors. I don't know materials. You get my idea. We've been through
Suze
it.
knows.
No, she doesn't. We don't know. We don't want to lose the rustic feel, but we want it very modernized, the entire first floor.
Clear
so
now,
we've
and I
got
can
a lot
breathe.
of things
I've been
to look
struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage, and it's amazing. Or this one. I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I breathe so much better. Unquote.
Why are we
Those are
hearing
2 of
that?
over 100,000 online
Oh,
reviews.
did I hit the wrong button? Oh, God damn it.
I think he was trying to tell Tom to quit sniffling and
No,
using
I
Navage.
forgot it was a jelly
Hey.
spot, and that it. I forgot it was a jelly spot, and that it comes up on all 3 pots.
You people.
Talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We were having pretty good discussion on pricing, home services, private equity, everything in the world to do with your house. But I'm going to tell you something right now. There is, in my opinion, now this is all subjective, there is a such thing as being greedy, and there is such thing as being too cheap to where you're not going to get the service you want. I want something balanced. I really want a good company, and it's not all pricing. You don't always get the best value with the cheapest. You don't always get the best with the most expensive. It's on a case-by-case basis, and that's what I do here. I will never endorse anyone that is just high for the sake of being high or because they think they can get away with it. And I swear to you, there are companies that do that. It's called pricing tolerance. Now, Mark, what were you going to say before the break?
Well, I want to give an example out of what I was talking about, where two companies can charge the same amount, same product, and let's say they're both on the upper echelon of price. But one of them, you never get a complaint about price, and the other one you do. So I'm going to say the same thing about higher end restaurants. You go out for your anniversary, something along those lines. You drop $200 or $300 as a couple. Maybe let's say Shanahan's, Del Frisco's, and maybe like Ruth's Chris. Well, honestly, I like the manager coming around. I like a good waiter. When you're spending that kind of money on a drink and a steak, they better have the best service you can imagine. Last time I was at Del Frisco's years ago, they absolutely sucked. So we'll never go back there. But I will say the food quality is about the same as Shanahan's and Ruth's Chris, where the manager comes around and it's the same price, same everything. One I can't stand and complain about. In fact, I left a scathing review, and the other ones I love, but the pricing was the exact same.
I get it. And that there's so much more to it than just what you pay and what you get. But the bottom line is, it's going to be a mixture of pricing and a mixture of quality. That's what it's going to be.
And I want to say something about Szymanski and his business real quick. You know, he's not the cheapest, and he's not the most expensive by any stretch whatsoever. When I hired him to do our house, and we paid cash. It wasn't like an insurance claim. And basically, I got him to come out. I met him. I met his painter. I met 2 or 3 other companies, and I went with Mark for a couple reasons. One, I loved his painter. His painter has worked for him for 20 years. Mark also sent out, listen to this, Tom, he sent out this lady that worked for, what kind of paint was it, Mark? Benjamin Moore? And she looked at it. We were going to go with one color. Suzanne was fixated on one color, which was basically the same color we had. And she came out and pointed out different things with our outbuildings and said, I would go with this color. Then they showed us what it would look like. They went that extra mile. And honestly, they were still right there on pricing. So, I mean, he's a perfect example where you can get the great quality and you're going to enjoy working with the company.
Exactly.
You owe me $30, Mark.
303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I would love people's experience on what they have found with pricing and how they feel about it. And
how about hot tubs?
And what they do
about it. How about freaking hot tubs? $25,000 for a hot tub at those shows, or you can go to Costco and get the same damn thing for $5,000.
You know, and I think a lot of companies are of the opinion that if they charge more, they will be perceived as better value, or better quality. And that's not so either, although in some cases it happens. The famous case of this gin that was selling cheaper than everyone, and it wasn't selling as much. They raised their price. Or was it vodka? It was years ago. I remember this study in college, and they raised the price, and boom,
Now,
that was awesome.
This report is sponsored Macy's Backstage.
Calming down throughout the Denver metro. A couple busy spots remain for the late morning commute. I-25 southbound into downtown. We're seeing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. North of there, road work continues. I-270 eastbound after I-76 with congestion back from I-25. Heading out east and north of DIA, E-470 northbound, stop-and-go traffic between 64th Avenue and Toll Plaza D through ongoing road work. This one should be clearing up soon. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies today. Another mild one out there. High 60, overnight low of 36. Scattered showers throughout the front range tomorrow with a high of 56, partly cloudy Friday. The current temperature in Denver is 52 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Mother's Day is coming up, and Macy's Backstage has amazing deals on great gifts that Mom is going to love. All for $15 and under. Get low prices every day at Macy's Backstage. Find a store near you today at Macy'sBackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
You know, we've had this discussion before about selling your home. You can sell it with
Good real estate people make good money, but there are some people that don't want any maintenance. They don't want any fix-up list with a home inspector. They don't want to wait for loan approval. They just want to sell their house. Home Investors fills that niche. They'll come and look at your house or do it virtually, make you an offer, and you're done. You get a check, you're out of town. 800-44-BUYER. I've been representing them for years, and they buy thousands of homes in the area. Hey, look, it's just a phone call. You can always say no. 800-44-BUYER. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. I hope you never need him. Seriously. If you're in an accident, though, call him. No matter what. Just call and get your rights down. Figure out what you can do. And then what you do is make a decision if you need an attorney or not. See, John Fuller will only take as many cases as he can work personally. Then you decide if you want him to handle yours. No call centers, no intake. They have a support staff, but John handles the case. You even get a cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. Notice the difference, the Fuller difference. That's John Fuller, fullerlaw.com, or myaccidentlawyer.co, myaccidentlawyer.co, 303-597-4500.
Good enough.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Szymanski.
Yo, Mark.
Seriously, who do you send out? So if you picture our first floor, we're going to do the hardwood like what we talked about. But I want someone to think of the paint, and then as you go into the bathroom, new flooring in the bathroom, new countertops, new sinks, but kind of keep the same structure, then building out that closet like California closet or whatever. Right. But who can help Suzanne actually kind of put this stuff together, along with my input on?
Interior decorator.
Do you have one?
I mean, all mine are up in Evergreen. They're really not going to want to drive as far down as you.
Yeah, okay.
I make
a hell of a slab of ribs.
Right. But I mean, my wife and I, we pick out our stuff, and because we've been doing some flips. And I guess you also like Dell Tile, I think, is a great showroom. And they have different countertops as tile and stuff like that you could look for flooring and for your countertops. I mean, quartz is great. You got Mitch to do.
No, I would love to use. In fact, I've used Mitch numerous times, but that's kind of the countertop part of it. I don't know if Mitch is going to be saying like, well, let's do these quartz countertops, and then this is the color flooring I would do in the style flooring. That's kind of the stuff we're looking for. Mitch, I guarantee, can figure out the cabinets and the countertops, but what I'm looking for is someone that understands that entire flow from the kitchen into that bedroom.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, I guess I would just, start looking for some interior designers in your area.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I always thought interior designers, honestly, were more of the furniture part.
No, they come in, there's ones that, and we can contact Guy Rees, and Guy Rees might have people that do more than just picking a paint color for you too. Like I know out of Evergreen, there are girls up there, they're sitting there and they do it all. There's a couple girls that, and I could contact them to see if they'd come down there, but I would think, I'd get a Guy Rees store and just go in and say, hey, do we have a color consult? And do they do more than just paint colors? Picking out tile and things like that. And, I don't know, they charge you like around $200 an hour. And when they go out shopping for you, they're on the clock.
Yeah, I know they are.
And so you could be dropping a couple grand easily.
See, I guess maybe I should have preferenced with I want the free designer.
So, I mean, the one I got Guy Rees to send out somebody at no cost for you to the outside color of your house.
Sometimes when you use people, they have designers, but it's hard. It's hard. It really is, because you have different designers for different things. You have Buddy Mitchell will do floors, but I don't know if he coordinates it with everything else. And then you have our window covering people. They will coordinate the windows, but I don't know who does all of the stuff together.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And then even think about one room going into the other.
Right.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
With all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino, Chris has a comment on pricing. We've been talking about. Go ahead, Chris. What's your comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to give an example. I needed my sewer line replaced, and I went to the referral list and picked Plumb Line, and they came out and did an estimate for me. It was great, and the estimate came out to be $18,000. And I said to myself, okay, I'm going to do a little more shopping, like Mark says. And I was on the air talking about Plumb Line's pricing a while back, and Sue's Mark told her to get me to get an estimate from Master Rooter.
Yeah,
so
can you hold on, Chris? Hold on. We have to take this break. We'll come back to you, okay? I'm anxious to hear what you have to say. Shopping always helps. There's different strokes for different folks, as they say. I'm Tom Martino. We got Mark Szymanski with us from GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Hey.
Hello.
What?
Yes.
Hello.
Where's your camera, Mark?
Speaking of different strokes.
You don't want to see me on air right now. I got a Zoom coming up soon, so I'm like, I'm going to have to literally go wet my hair down before the Zoom so I look presentable.
All of your hair?
Or put a hat on. I haven't decided yet. This searching on the referral list is getting better and better, but it's still not where I want it.
Can I get you anything? Water?
I'm good.
I got that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Got that new stuff. Not new now, but I love that shit I have. I love my water. Holy crap.
You trying to DEI up your search results?
Yeah, it's going to, whoever is part of the LBGYN club.
Yep.
Hey, Mark, you still want me to continue
breathing?
Doing those recordings of the shows?
Yes, you've been doing them, right?
Yeah. We've
yeah,
been doing
do not
it.
stop.
I just wanted to double check.
No, I just ended up on 5 other things. In fact, the more we have when I first get it ready, the better.
Yeah, we've got everything since,
I love it, Kelly.
I hear that they're going to play on a loop at safe injection sites. That's a brave marketing plan.
That would be funny.
Are you talking
Hey, what do you think about these immigrants, these illegals at the campsite that are demanding things before they get kicked out? And Denver's actually listening. It's crazy.
Did you see the one list of students who said they wanted vegan and gluten-free food?
No bagels.
No bagels.
Hey, man, my daughter's
we need some law and
graduation-
fucking order back in this country.
I'm going
man.
up to CSU for graduation on Saturday, and nothing better happen, or you guys will be talking to me through plexiglass on Thursdays, man.
Yeah, fuck it.
Hey, Mark, when are you coming to the studio?
Fuck, not this week. Not that I can think of, Doc.
Okay, I want you to look over the deal I got on my Hyundai.
Oh, what'd you get? How much?
They originally had it at 32 something.
Which one is it?
It was at Phil Long Hyundai. It's the electric. It's the Kona.
It's the all-electric Kona, right?
So they had 2 charges there that I just told them to take off. One was some kind. Let me tell you.
What was the total price? That's all that
hold on
matters.
for a second. I'm getting it up.
All right.
That's
Look
what he
away.
said.
God, look away.
This is why you got kicked off of Match.com.
Yeah.
Why?
Because you're getting it up.
Oh.
That, and I always said the profile picture of him holding a speculum was probably off-putting.
Yep. Probably
It's okay,
got a
I'm a
couple
doctor.
red flags.
Hold on.
I'll take a look at your CUDA.
That's what she said.
Okay, originally, Mark, it was 31 and change. They had $799 charge for something called pulse safety brakes, and then another $1,000 charge for something called SEC package.
What was your total price, though, before taxes?
Was 38. The market retail selling price was 38, and after the rebates, it was 26.
That's not bad.
So then I got it down to 29.
Wow.
So you negotiated from 26 to 29.
From 29 to 26.
Got it. Thank God.
Yeah, like I said, there was $1,600 of charges that I told them I'm not paying for, so they took it off.
Cool, Doc. Good job, man. Do you like the car?
Yeah. Oh, I drove it. It's a really neat little car.
What is the range?
240, I think.
Are you going to put a real charger in the garage or just the...
No, it's already there. I have a plug-in that was built in to the house.
Oh, a 50 amp.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you... Oh, okay. So when you bought the car, it came with a 50 amp.
I'm sure I didn't check on that.
Let me know, and I'll tell you which one to buy if you got to buy one.
Okay, I'll give you a call.
You probably do have to buy one. They're not that bad, though.
Well, I'm picking up the car. They said it's on its way in. It hasn't been delivered yet. But I put a deposit on it, and I have the vehicle number, so I think we're all set.
Nice. What color did you end up with?
I think it's like a metallic gray.
Easy resale.
Of all the things in the world, the color to me is the least important.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. But I do think of resale. If it's a weird color like orange, they're fucking hard.
Oh, there's no resale. I'm going to keep this car, and then if I die before the car does, my son will get it.
Okay.
So I don't intend to resell it.
I'm not going to do this forever.
Hey, speaking of which, Tom, you still interested in that abandoned
What's that?
vehicle? Are you still interested in the abandoned vehicle?
What the hell is that? Oh, yeah. You mean, that guy?
Well, yeah, the abandoned vehicle in the parking lot here. I sent you the picture.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I am. Did you find anything out?
No, I'm not looking.
I'm going to.
All right.
I'll bet you somebody died.
I hope.
Hey.
More for me.
Probably the trunk stinks.
You can say cops have checked on it.
Hey, I remember when I was a kid, my mom ran over a fucking skunk.
Yeah.
Man, that car smelled for 2-3 months.
Loved that episode of Seinfeld.
No, that was the B.O. guy.
Yeah.
That's not B.O. That's Beyond B.O. BBO.
HBO.
Are you talking about John Voight's car?
I slam dunked. No, it wasn't Voight's car. I slammed down a mini-series last night, except for the last episode. It's called, like, Under the Bridge. These girls kicked the shit out of this one girl, but then on video you see her coming back up, but then she ends up dead.
Okay. Is this...
It's pretty. It's only
story?
6 episodes.
All right.
It's good, though. I'd call it a docudrama.
All right,
now,
let's make magic.
Okay.
Watch the
magic
clock
on.
there, sugar booger.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. We've been discussing a lot of things today on pricing and everything else. Some guy brought it up and said, why was there such a disparity in pricing when I went to replace an AC? And I said, well, you're going to find it because you have different people with different expenses and some people that don't account for expenses. And you have it everywhere in between. You do. Now, Just let me explain something to you. Because something is more expensive doesn't mean someone's greedy. It doesn't mean they're not. Because someone's cheaper doesn't mean it's sustainable or it's a good deal either. There's got to be a balance there. You want someone that takes into account expenses and all of that. Unless you know they're going out of business, you don't care. There's just a whole gamut of pricing, a whole range of pricing. And yeah, there is abusive pricing sometimes. They don't stick around long. But then you have the move for, there were so many people in the past with home services that did not price properly. They did not. They didn't stick around because they weren't priced adequately. And then, of course, you want value as well. That many times value is a word people use to justify high prices. And it's not really value. Sometimes it is. There's no magic formula. One thing for sure, you can't take the price of a good, add what you feel is a reasonable profit, and expect everyone to charge that. It's not going to happen. Again, I'm going to tell you there are a few reasons for price disparities. One is greed. A second one is a legitimate business person who is taking into account all expenses and they want to stay in business. So see, there's two right there. Then you have someone who arbitrarily prices, who doesn't know anything about being in business, and they just spin out and go away. And many times when people are artificially low, that happens. Sometimes people are lower because they're small, they're lean, they're mean, they don't have a lot of requirements on their capital, and they just wanted to buy themselves a job. So really, again, not everything is good, not everything is evil, not everything is high, not everything is low. I wish there was a magic answer, but Chris was explaining before the break about his price shopping. Go ahead, Chris.
So I needed a sewer line replaced. I got Plumb Line to come out and give me an estimate, which turned out to be $18,000 for the whole job. And the owner was on your show that one day, and I called in specifically asking, and describing what the job entailed. Now, we didn't get a chance to look at my job specifically, but, the basic gist of it was, this is our price, and we have overhead that we have to pay for, and I completely understand that.
Right.
So while I was talking about that, Suze told me that Mark said to call Master Rooter and get an estimate from them. So
hey, Mark, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did they change their name yet?
Yeah, they just did the Master Services, but I want to hear what this. I don't know if he's got something good or bad to say. Keep going, dude.
So, like I said, I'm going to own Marker Cookie. He saved me. The estimate for Master Rooter was $10,000, so he saved me $8,000.
Okay. Thank you for the experience. And, I think Tony's a good example of having lower overhead and passing it on. So, Mark, Tony,
I think that was a little bit back, but Tony, one of their secret sauce. First of all, a lot of the companies on the referral list, with the exception of Master Rooter or Master Services now, and I'll answer your question on that in a sec, but a lot of them don't do commercial. Tony's got a group of guys out there that do nothing but excavation, big jobs that are commercial, which allows him to get all the equipment, always have these big jobs with money coming in. Then when it comes to residential stuff, he can take a few of those guys, put them on a quick sewer line for a house and save the people a fortune. He kind of came up with his own secret sauce in between commercial and residential, and most of the companies we advertise for don't do any commercial, Tom.
Oh, you're right. You're right. And so, Chris, shopping around is important. But I hope when people shop around, it's not a code word for just finding the cheapest price, because people have been burned by that as well, many of them who call this show. But one thing I know for sure, money up front is almost always a bad idea. Almost
you got that right. We wouldn't have a show if people didn't pay money up front.
Almost always a bad idea.
You would think it's hard to talk someone into parting with 30, 40 grand for nothing, but apparently it's pretty easy.
And I have people on my referral list, and they will charge money up front. I don't forbid it. I just wouldn't do it. Not for nothing. No money for nothing and chicks for free.
Mark, what do you charge up front for?
What's that, Mark?
Let's ask Szymanski in studio with Genesis. I know when he painted my house, he didn't charge up front. I know when he did siding work and some deck work and other stuff, he didn't charge up front.
Excel Roofing
but
doesn't
I assume
take a penny, right? So
I assume if you're doing windows, I mean, I don't know.
No, Excel Roofing I'm talking about. But here's what I'm talking about. I don't mind money up front under certain circumstances if you protect yourself. Credit cards would be good. An escrow account is good. Another, or a construction management account on a giant addition. Another one would be paying for the materials, paying for them. And, and then you call to make sure it was ordered in your name for your address. So if something happens to the contractor, the materials are still going to be delivered to you.
And pay it on a credit card.
Yeah, that's what I said. Credit card was number one. Then I said, if you order stuff and you can verify the order in your name, your address. The other thing I think is important is if work starts, which includes design work, plans, you pay as you go. To pay a large amount of money up front for nothing, why? And then wait 3-4 weeks or 2 months for somebody to show up? No, I'm sorry. Nope, ain't going to happen. Mark, what is your take on this? Let me get us a wide shot here. Go ahead, sir.
So our policy is we never want to lose a job because somebody listens to the show and they don't want to pay a deposit. That's a policy with all our people. We do ask, and a lot of our jobs are running anywhere from between $20,000 and $100,000.
Well, they're big.
And again, so if we have an architect involved, then it's all saying, well, we're going to have you pay the architect direct. So we're not involved in that, but at least you're going to pay that direct. And
that's good.
And then it's like now we're going to start ordering things. If we're ordering windows, if we're ordering,
I totally agree.
Yeah. And then so obviously now we have to place that, and then those window lead times right now are 12 weeks. Well, in that 12 weeks, I'm going to have to pay for half of the windows.
Do you mind, though, if they verify the order was placed for their address?
Never.
In their name?
Never mind that.
Right.
No.
Because we've had cases, Mark, where people put money down for windows specifically, not anyone we know on the referral list, but they put money down, and the company goes away. And guess what? Those windows weren't paid for, or they were paid half, and it was to the contractor, and they won't release it to the consumer.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, again, we work with our customers.
Sure.
And then depending on the dollar amount is what we want to try to collect too. If it's $100,000, well, maybe it's a quarter, then you get partway done, another quarter, you're close to being done, you get 3 quarters and you're finished, you get your last quarter payment.
Exactly. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So I always have this struggle with this money up front thing as to when it's appropriate or how to do it. There are ways to do it, and I just went through them. And then you should always check companies. Now, does that mean you don't get a brand new company? No, it doesn't if they have experience in the field and have run companies, but too many times, new companies are many times people who have worked for someone and they think, I can do that. And they know the trade, but they don't know business.
I got a landscaper, Tom, I use each year he comes out, and I have different things. Some of them might be they clean out the pond in the front or the water feature. Then I might want rock or bark down somewhere else, a tree planted, whatever. But I've used the same guy forever. And when we first moved in here, my first deal with him was 15-20 grand. He's a little one-man deal. And he said, okay, I need 6-7 thousand up front to buy the trees and do all this. I said, dude, if you don't have enough money to float that, I simply am not going to use you. So we got past that. And since then, there's never been an issue. I pay him when he's done. I don't care what he's doing. And I feel that way in most instances.
Yeah. Or pay while you go to. Bob has a comment. But Bob, hold on. I'm going to take you after the break. I have more coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
All right. After a 60 here.
Moments like making my kids my famous meatballs mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
You know, Mark and I were having a discussion, Mark Szymanski here, about retirement and funds and all that. And so many people start thinking about that because it's one thing to build up money, but you don't want to lose it. And you certainly don't want to just draw it down in retirement. One of the worst plans in the world is to take that money you saved and just start drawing it down. So Joe Ciano, I know him for years and years, and he has a plan for that. And it's rolling it into a guaranteed product. Let's talk about that, Joe.
You bet, Tom. You said it properly. As a matter of fact, this morning, Kiplinger magazine came out with a study that they did stating that over 66% of the population of the United States are worried that they're not going to have enough money to retire with. That they're going to, just like you said it, they build this pool of money, and now they're worried if that pool of money is going to last them for the rest of their lives. And by rolling over 401ks right now, we have the answer. We can put that money into safety where it will grow, guaranteed basically, and it has protection. They'll never lose one single penny. And at the end, when they get ready to turn the switch on for retirement, they're going to be getting a paycheck, guaranteed, Tom, guaranteed for the rest of their lives, no matter how old they live. And if they pass away, guess what? A family, their loved ones will get the money.
Yeah, and Joe, you've been doing this for years. It's in writing. It's backed by companies 125 years old. I want you to call Joe for a consultation, 303-779-6600, 779-6600, mymoneymyway.com. Hey, ZeroResDenver.com. I'm serious when I tell you this. I love Zero Res because of their simple way of doing business. And it all centers around nothing. What I mean is they have purified, wonderful, softened, alkaline-based water. It's a pure water. You have to understand something about what I call empty water that's not loaded down with minerals and all that. It has the ability to wash away, absorb, and to dissolve stuff and carry it away. It really does. It's the best cleaning agent in all of nature, and Zero Res has harnessed it along with a gentle patented scrubbing technique to get your carpets what I call zero resified. Now that means they're not only clean, they stay clean longer for no dirt attracting residue, and they feel clean. It's the really clean. So you could call them 3 rooms starting at $109, $75 off air duct cleaning. You want that done during this allergen season, right? 303-471-5150, 471-5150, ZeroResDenver.com.
Very nice.
19.
What's
3
that?
minutes 19.
3:19. No.
Yeah, we were talking seconds, so you got to do the math there. 3 minutes 19. Where's seconds at? 120 plus 19. What is that?
139? No, that's not right.
120. No, 180. I'm sorry. 180 plus 19. I think you win, Shannon.
3 minutes, 19 seconds in seconds.
180
is 200.
Plus 19.
200.
200, and you said 220, didn't you?
I said 215. She said 220. You said 225.
Yep, you're the winner chicken dinner.
Wow, so he was
it.
under. But
Tom,
he was still over.
He was 1 second off.
Wow.
Tom, you were 1 second off.
It's not bad.
It's fucking unbelievable.
I can't believe it's already been an hour and a half of entertainment.
I think the fix was in. I think you had the fix in.
No, I didn't do a thing.
I can't believe it.
And I would have won if my damn mic wasn't down.
Right. Here we go again. Here we go.
KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Bob has a comment on pricing and business and all of that. He's with LEM Landscaping. Now, again, I don't want to tell you that's all we're talking about today, but it did kick off the show, and people were interested in it. We're getting a lot of comments and texts I haven't even gotten to. 57739 if you want to text the show. Just put Tom in the subject line or somewhere in there so it comes to me. And so let's talk about it. Bob, what do you have to say? And I remind people, call me, please, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466 or 303-713-TALK with any other problem as well. Bob, go ahead.
Okay, Tom, so here's what I want to tell you. I really appreciate what you just said about in some cases it's okay. For example, when we did work for you, the materials were paid for. I went and picked them up. We showed up. We did the work. Here's what I tell people, and I love what you said about the material. We always provide the material cost directly from our supplier because we don't mark it up, so that's saving people money. And then they don't have to pay for any material until the day before we're going to work. So that protects them on that part. Because I can tell you there's companies out there, they'll get the money for the material, they have it delivered, and they never show up. So not only do they get a deposit for the other part, but they got your money on materials and then they don't show up. So I like the fact the way we do it, we only get a deposit on half the labor, and then the rest of it is never paid until we're done. And that means the customer has to be happy. But I will tell you, and I hope you can find this, they've been putting a lot of reports out now where companies are doing work, and I'm going to use landscaping, concrete. They're getting the work done. The people come out and say, well, I don't like it, and they don't want to pay them. So it can work both ways. But I always tell people, never give money for the materials up front. And they should let them pay for them. Well, 99% of the companies won't do that because they don't want you to know what how much you're paying and how much extra profit they're making. That's why we do it.
And by the way, I don't care either what they're paying and I like what you do, Bob, but I will say this. If I order windows from someone and they say, and I say I want to make sure the order is in my name, my address, I don't care what they're paying for it. I just care that the order is in my name, my address, and that they did pay for it. I don't care if they paid, if I paid them $20 for the windows, and the windows cost them $18 or $15 or $14, I don't care. As long as the $14, $18 or whatever was paid to the window company, and the window company verifies I have an order in my name at my address, and they will be delivered if the contractor gets hit by a bus. Now,
right, and I'm kind of saying the same thing, Tom. That's why we let our customers pay for the material when we need it. It's kind of the same thing. It's in their name. They've got the receipt. They call the supplier. They know they're getting their product.
Right. And Bob, look, it's delicate. There's not one situation for everyone in the world. But I will tell you this. I am just
so tired of people who pay, and even well-intentioned people, they pay. And those well-intentioned people have a problem, and there's nothing you can do about it. They have a problem. And then you go to them and say, what the hell did you just do? I mean, I paid you all this money. And you go, oh, dude, I can't help it. My wife got sick. My kid got sick. Or somebody needs a transplant. I mean, it's just unforeseen circumstances. Thanks, Bob. 303-713-8255. My guest today, Genesis Total Exteriors. And I want to talk about something else, too. I want to talk about this roofing product that has me fascinated. And I'll tell you why I want to talk about it, Mark. Not only because you sell it and you install it, but because it shows that technology can meet the challenges of tomorrow. For example, with air pollution, I'm not saying that this one thing is the answer, but it does show that we have done a great job as people, as humans, on battling whatever negative effects we have on the environment. Now, I think the net, do we have a net benefit or a net deficit when it comes to the environment? We'll argue that. But at least we are moving forward with products that can help. I love the nickname Smog Eating Roof, or is that the official name? What is the name, Mark?
Yeah, it's a smog-eating granules that are on the shingles.
Now, these granules are put on who makes the roof?
Well, Atlas makes the shingle and 3M makes the granules.
Now, the granules go on the roof.
Right.
And the granules interact with the air.
Correct.
And so the air about an inch above, all over your roof, that air, the air that infiltrates your house, the air that circulates on your roof.
Correct.
What happens to it?
Well, then the granule interacts with that air and turns the bad chemicals, the smog itself, and turns it into nitrogen.
And the nitrogen gas, of course, is harmless. And so your house, it actually does purify any air infiltration from that. Also, though, when it rains, your roof leaches nitrogen.
Correct. And it goes onto the ground and helps your grass grow.
It helps your soils. It helps the environment.
Helps the flowers grow.
Why did they come up with this? Were they thinking people would look for I mean, never in a million years would I think, well, next roof I get, I want to make sure it purifies the air. I mean, where did they come up with this idea? It's a great marketing idea. Where did they come up with it?
Well, I think it's pretty crazy because you think of 3M, you think of Post-it notes. You know, I mean, that's the kind of products you think of 3M.
Well, actually, they have so many products.
They do.
Clear bras. Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, just all these different things that 3M makes. And one of the things is they came out with granules, which we don't have a problem with here, but in other states you do, with algae growing on a roof. So they have granules that are now put onto shingles that prevent algae growing on the roof. And then they took it one step further, and now saying we're not going to have algae, and we're going to also make the air better around that. I mean, who thought of that? I don't know. Somebody at 3M.
Great marketing. Just great marketing. So let's talk about then cementuous siding in general. Cementuous means literally cement put in with the wood fibers.
Yeah, well, yes, it's a mixture of that. It's not true complete cement.
Of course not.
Right. You know,
cementuous meaning it resists moisture, it's stronger, it adds rigidity to the composite.
Right. Yeah. And so, I mean, again, great products, and they stand up. One of the things is the best part of that is the fire rating, because all of a sudden, we've had all these fires in Colorado and everything like that. Well, this does slow down. It's not going to burn up your house as quickly as if you have a wood product on the side of your house. Vinyl would just completely melt on your house, and you're left exposed. But at least the cement siding gives you at least a 1 hour fire rating by putting that on the outside of your house.
And now a new venture, not a new venture, but you're doing some mitigation of mold.
Yes.
Now, why'd you get into that?
So Genesis
I know why. Hold on, I'm going to tell you why. You were doing interior improvements. You do interior as well. People don't know that, but mostly exteriors, but you do interior home improvements. And I'll bet you ran across it and had to call people in.
We were paying my guy $500 a time to come out and test the air in a house. And so it's 2 samples inside a house, 1 sample out. And then I said, you know what? We should probably look into doing this ourselves.
Now, why were you testing to begin with?
Well, because they are fearful that they have mold in it. Oh, I don't feel good.
Okay. So you want to make sure going into a home improvement,
right?
First of all, you're not blamed for anything. And then second of all, if there is a problem, you mitigate it.
Right. And so, or you come into a house and there was a water leak. We're coming in to fix a broken pipe in a wall or whatever.
All right, so what did you do? You tested, and then when did you start to mitigate?
And then as soon as you know the results of that, then you start tearing things apart. And we've always done that. We don't advertise it a lot. I'm water certified also, dry out. I don't, I have to rent the equipment. I never got into the 24/7. That's not where I want to go with Genesis. But the mold and the asbestos testing makes sense to us because we go into a house and we have to test for asbestos. I'm not certified in asbestos yet, but it will be.
So right now you test for mold. If you find mold, can you mitigate the mold?
Yes, we can. We are certified to remove that also. Yes.
Okay. What mold has to be removed and not just killed? I thought you could kill mold.
Well, what we were taught in class is like black mold. That's the most common mold in Colorado. Guess what? There's 400
That's
species.
What I mean.
400 species.
And everyone thinks they're all deadly.
Right. And most of them are not.
Right.
Spatafora something.
I
don't
whatever.
know. Is the really bad one. But you don't know until you get it tested. But in the meantime, you just assume it's bad. And,
right, of course.
And then we clean up.
Well, I mean, no mold is great to have around. If you can mitigate it, you mitigate it. But mitigating means, for some people, what pisses me off is they scare the hell out of people and basically tell them they got to rebuild their whole house. I mean, down in Texas, they were telling people not only did they have to knock down their house, they had to excavate the dirt, for God's sakes. I mean, it gets to a point where it's ridiculous.
Crazy. Right. Right now, you and I are breathing mold as we're sitting.
Well, of course, yes.
Yeah,
well, thank you for bringing that out.
It's everywhere, though.
Yeah.
It really is, and there's nothing you can do about it. But water, and it has to have something to live on, and air are the three things that mold needs. You need to eliminate one of them, and water is the easiest one to eliminate.
So when you eliminate and seal, is that good enough for some cases?
In some cases, sure.
And then in other cases, you literally have to cut it out.
You have to clean it, or just scrub it off. Yes.
Do you ever have to cut it out, like studs or drywall?
Yeah, I mean drywall makes sense.
It's cheap.
You're not gonna scrub a drywall wall. It's much easier just to replace the drywall. But the studs behind that, well, that makes more sense to clean those.
Okay. 303-713-TALK. Anything you want to talk about, pricing, and we can expand the pricing talk, not just for homes and home services and home improvements, but talk about anything. Mechanics, talk about cars, talk about clothing. You notice when people talk pricing, they never talk retail. They always talk services. They don't talk retail because most of the time we see a price and we pay it. Or we shop, but we pay it eventually, right? So people stand differently on different items. Some things they expect to compare, others they don't. And I want to know how you feel about that. Plus, of course, don't sit on problems. How many times have you heard people call and they had a problem for 5 years lingering and they finally call me? I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but the sooner the better on problems, questions, complaints, concerns, especially calling us before you embark on a project. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And speaking of great products, waterpros.net, the best water systems in your home for the best prices. I love my drinking water at the kitchen sink, $1,400 fully installed, triple filter, reverse osmosis. But they also do other great products as well to get rid of dangerous things in your water. Waterpros.net.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
A fairly calm drive throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town as well as up north to Fort Collins and down south through Castle Rock to Colorado Springs. Back to town and on the north end, I-270 eastbound, some road work just after I-76 has some stop and go. Back from I-25, we're seeing about 5 minutes of delays. 270 westbound, your usual congested traffic around Vasquez. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies today, another mild one with a high of 60, overnight low of 36. Tomorrow, scattered showers with a high of 56. The current temperature is 52 degrees with your Impact Traffic and Weather. Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit Allstate.com or call for a quote today.
We've been hearing a lot of talk about artificial intelligence. Well, my friends at Excel Roofing, Jay and his team, they've put together a website using the AI so that you can get an instant price on your roof. I say instant, it's really like, a minute maybe. So you put your address in, it maps out your roof, you pick the materials you have, and it gives you pricing based on Excel Roofing. And of course, you know how I feel about Excel. You don't pay a cent until you're content. And they've been doing that for years. They work with your insurance. They can help you. If you want to switch your roof, you can even do that on this app. Go to Excel, as in excellent, EXCEL, excelroofing.com. Put in your address and find your price. Or, of course, you can always call them. Now, they do business in a really organized way. They have project managers for your job. They start and finish your job. It's not patchwork that they do here and there. And, of course, for seniors, they do gutter cleaning as well, or for everyone, but you ought to call for special deals for seniors. excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400. Window coverings are such a big part of a home, but people don't understand that. They really don't until they see a beautiful window covering. See, Made in the Shade can help you with their designer to pick the right stuff for the right room. It can make all the difference. If you're moving into a home or doing home improvements, they'll come and do that free of charge along with measuring, and then they'll give you a price if you decide to move forward. Of course, they order the stuff with their great suppliers and the best installers in the business. Made in the Shade. Look them up, denvershades.co. All kinds of window coverings, all kinds of technology levels, and it's denvershades.co. When you're shopping for an attorney, you can be under pressure, and you don't want to be under pressure. No. Especially when it comes to like a DUI, or maybe you were smoking weed and you got a DUI or DWAI, they call it. What you really need is an attorney at that time, but the last thing you want to do is start making last-minute phone calls. I've done the shopping for you. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney that will fight for you. Now listen, maybe you've done something stupid. Maybe you're falsely accused. Maybe there's another problem you had with a neighbor or at a bar. Who knows? Joe Lazzara will talk to you free of charge about whatever is happening in your life and then give you a flat rate price. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. He's on referrallist.com, 303-429-6200.
Awesome.
Thanks.
That was very nice.
Oh, thank you. I mean,
I like the way you do that.
Guys are awful quiet.
Well, what do you want?
Hey, Mark, am I using Master Services in those spots for the springs?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I mean, I'm using the new name, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then same with the other one.
The 15s?
No, I also need a 30 and a 60 for the springs.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, okay, got it.
I just got booked to do a remote up in Cheyenne with Willie B at Pyro City.
What is that? What is that?
It is a fireworks company.
It's Shannon's home.
Oh my gosh. Because you can drive to Wyoming and get, you can buy a cannon. And I don't know what the deal is, but Willie B at a fireworks company.
Yeah, Doc.
Just one call. We're gonna get together and blow some stuff up, man. It's gonna be cool. I didn't get it yet.
Oh,
it's on its way.
I'm so excited.
Is it down at the?
What is that?
No, no.
Remote with Willie B.
Wherever the
Like a week.
Cheyenne. I wonder when it is.
they said it's supposed to be this week.
Sometime this summer.
So I mean, it'd be one thing if I didn't have a car, but as long as I have my.
Yeah, I saw your Subaru. You had it parked out. That's a nice little car.
Take me down to Pyro
Kind of banged up.
Doc, what about the charging thing? Can you use a
What?
Can you use a Tesla plug to charge your car? Or do you have to
That'd be my. I don't know. I have to talk to them how to charge it.
Yeah, you probably need adapters for it.
Well, I have one. I have the plug in my house. So that may be all I need.
Oh. What brand is it? A Hyundai?
So it's a Hyundai, yeah.
It's pronounced Hyundai. And if you want to do it with a Mexican accent, you go, Hyundai.
I'm glad you added the word X. Oh, for God's sake.
.com.
Never mind. Here we go.
Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Hey, Bruce, what's going on with you? Welcome.
Hey, Tom. How you doing today?
Good, man. What's happening?
Hey, I'm a long-time listener. You actually helped me with one of your referral list members before, that Solar Mart incident.
Oh,
You
yeah.
remember that?
What's happening now?
Yeah, but now is a great story. So on Sunday, I came back from a 2-week vacation to a leaking water heater. So I'm like, what do I do? So thought Tom Martino referral list.
Right.
Well, who does Sunday work, or at least answers the phone on Sunday? Fix it 24/7.
Hence the name, right?
So I call them up. Yep. I call them up on Sunday, get an appointment. They can't guarantee me a time on Monday because they're busy. But the tech gets out there, agrees it needs to be replaced, goes, gets the water heater, comes back the same day, and replaces my water heater.
Good.
Now, with the conversation you're having today about cost,
yeah,
right? I think most people that work with Fix It 24/7, they're not the cheapest.
Nope.
They're not the most expensive.
Right.
But when you look what the guys did, I mean, he came in, he covered my carpet to make sure he didn't destroy my carpet walking in.
It was above and beyond.
Above and beyond, right?
Yes. Yeah, all new connections, all new valves, gas connections, a new drip pan. I mean, the extras were just amazing. So I just want to give them a thumbs up. They did a great job. I thought the price was fair. It was higher than what I could get at a Home Depot install, but, then what do you get from them? But I wanted to let you know.
Right. Well, Bruce, I appreciate you trusting us, and I appreciate you trusting them. They're good people. FixMyHome.com, of course, is their website, and they do quality work, and so do others as well, of course. Plumline Services, and we have good people. 888heating.com. They added a plumbing division, and my guest today, Genesis Total Exteriors. We were talking about new products. We talked about new services. You're doing mold detection and mitigation. Also, we have great products that like the smog eating roof. And then what else? I mean, what else is new? Like stucco. Stucco, or is there anything new?
Well, nothing. I mean, again, the way we do it, we don't do any of this. We don't do EFIS.
No, EFIS is over foam.
Right, over foam. And that's where you get a lot of your birds pecking through because your cement on the outside is only like 1/8 of an inch.
I know.
Thick, and that's it. And then behind it, all of a sudden a bird comes up like, oh, there's something I can peck through here and make a home. So we don't do that. All of our stucco is 1/2 inch when we're done of solid cement on the outside of your house. So if you have siding,
wow, that's incredible.
If you have siding, we're putting chicken wire up. And
can you go right over siding?
Yeah, and that's one of the best things. A lot of times we do bump outs around your windows, and it just looks amazing when we're done. And again, it's solid. And so if you do have EFIS, If it's wet, we cut the wet area out and repair that, again, with solid concrete, and then we go on top of stuff on the EIFS that's not bad and repair all that.
And as far as stucco, I think I've asked you, is the color mixed in?
Mixed in the final coat. Your scratch coat is not, it's regular concrete color.
And then you have it mixed in, so when you're done, you don't have to paint.
That's correct. And so even if you got a small scratch in your house, a kid hits the baseball against the house and scratched it up.
Yeah.
You're still seeing your stucco color.
And then how often would you have to repaint stucco normally?
Well, you never have to as long as you're happy with the color.
Really?
You're done. You got to be happy with the color. You got to pick a color that's
You're right.
timeless.
No, of course, that's right. And if so worst case is if you wanted to change color, you change color. Does hail ever penetrate any of that?
So again, if you have true stucco, no. If you have EIFS, yes. The EIFS, especially like
EIFS. Let's explain to people what EIFS is. They used to do that. Well, they used to do stucco all the time, and then EIFS came along, which is a foam product that they trowel a thin layer on top of.
Correct.
And it looks like a great wall. It looks great. But you can walk up literally with a nail file and chip away.
Right. And you can actually just take your thumb and push on it, and you can tell if it's EIFS or stucco.
Now, sometimes, though, even though you have real stucco, isn't EIFS used sometimes around windows?
Yeah, so we use it for pump outs.
Yeah, just for a little trim.
Right, because otherwise you'd have this big glob of cement around your window, which would be hard just to even have that hold up.
We're talking to Genesis, TotalExteriors.com, but whatever you want to talk about, we're here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, I got some good news. My friends over at Premier Window Washing, window cleaning and pressure washing, they're starting a brand new service as well, which is commercial window tinting. So whether you want window and they can do window tinting in your home too, but they're really specializing in big buildings, commercial window tinting. They're giving 20% off all services. That's pressure washing, window washing or window cleaning, pressure washing, and window tinting. Okay, so let me give you a website that can get you to all of them. That's 20% off. If you book today, you don't have to have it done today, okay? And the website is WeCleanWindows.co, 720-953-0078.
Wonderful.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage.
A fairly calm drive throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town as well as up north to Fort Collins and down south through Castle Rock to Colorado Springs. Back to town and on the north end.
I wonder if Mr. Szymanski can install a larger clock for you, Tom.
Hey,
Seen about 5 minutes of delays.
What?
I got one right in front of my
The usual
face.
congested
I'm gonna
traffic
show you where
around
it is.
Vasquez.
I'm gonna take your
I-70
picture.
east
No. The one I said had an L in it.
and back again. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies today, another mild one with a high of 60, overnight low of 36. Tomorrow, scattered showers with a high of 56. The current temperature is 52 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Mother's Day is coming up, and Macy's Backstage has amazing deals on great gifts that Mom is going to love, all for $15 and under. Get low prices every day at Macy's Backstage. Find a store near you today at Macy'sBackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
Arriving daily. And you know what? I want to tell you about Sheridan Auto Tech. I love Sheridan for, of course, your repairs and maintenance on the cars you own, right? Including electrical. But what I really love is the pre-buy inspections for used cars. So many people get screwed by buying a used car and they don't know the condition. Sheridan Auto Tech does that, and you can trust them. They're honest. And we want to talk about value. They have value. They have great pricing, and they have honest service. SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. And you want to talk about great financing options for solar? How about getting your commercial system paid for 100%, even making a positive cash flow on it with power you sell back to the grid? There are companies right now doing that they've gone through redrocksrs.com to get it done.
Because Red Rocks is a specialist, not just on the sales, installation, and service, but also on the financing and the grants available. And of course, they do residential as well. And you get a 40% tax credit with them, not just 30%. That's because they use all U.S. products. RedRocksRS.com.
Very nice.
So
I'm sure Tom just turned me down there.
I don't.
MR.
Oh, what? That you're not feeding out to the web?
Yeah, everybody's saying I'm real low, but
well,
I guess
I
that's
didn't
how
turn
it
you.
goes.
I don't have any control in turning you down.
Yeah,
Sure you
especially
don't.
not during the breaks.
I don't have any control on that.
What does
I
MR
think
stand for?
MR, what are you talking about, bro? During the breaks, during the show, what, bro? Speak up, Murr.
What does it stand for? Is it his initials? Is it my rectum? What is it?
Mysterious something.
Raconteur. Mysterious raconteur.
Yeah, raconteur.
Uh-huh.
Mini rodent.
I was going to say mega raccoon. Very close. Mini rodent.
I had to shoot a raccoon.
Oh.
I know, I felt bad too, but it was fucking with my old beagle.
No, I just, I don't mind. I like,
We ate it, if that makes you feel any better.
Governor Nome, is it Christy Nome that shot the dog that was pissing her off? That's a
Oh,
good
wait,
one.
they're talking about Mark's. They're talking about guest Mark, bro.
Oh, how could Mark not be going to the web?
I don't know, but
maybe
they're
during the
saying Mark's
break?
mic is low.
Or
Mark with a K.
Right, during the break? Is Tom turning off his mic during the break, maybe?
That's possible.
Okay.
The cone of silence.
The thumb of stupidity.
The penis of pudding.
What? The penis is in the pudding? I thought it was the proof is in the pudding.
It's the penis.
Okay, I can see that. We used to make a joke about Tyson. My wife and I were like, "Yeah, champ, if you want to come put your dick in the butter dish, we're not going to stop you." So, penis in the pudding, dick in the butter dish, sure.
Same thing.
I'm just going to leave this here.
Yeah, all right.
Same
champ.
thing, different gel.
Yep. Different coagulant or whatever it is.
Mark, what time is your Zoom? Should I just call Mark?
About
I'm
12:30.
sorry, not Mark. John.
Mine's at 12:30. Oh, you can. I don't mind freeing it up. I don't care.
So dump you so we can get what's his nuts on the access?
Yeah, then I'll come back up for a few. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, not much.
When are we
left of
doing
this. Is he the first break next hour? Yes, he is.
12:15.
He's a 12:15er. Here we go.
630 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. You know, Shannon, people are saying he's low because the return audio in general coming from the station, which would be Mark, by the way, that's how he's fed out to YouTube through this, not to get too technical for people, but
We need to up the return audio to me. Okay? That will
Can't
help.
do it.
Thank you. Now, Josephine has a question on Tabor. Hi, Josephine. What's your question?
I was wondering, are they mailing out that $800, or are they still working on it?
You mean the extra money?
Yeah, right. Yes.
Did you get your first check?
No, all I've received is my tax refund.
No, we're not talking about tax refund. On Tabor, have you gotten yours, Mark Szymanski, yet?
No, I have not.
I have not either. So the Tabor, there's supposedly 2 checks coming out. Josephine, they miscalculated, but the first checks are already in the hopper being mailed out. Okay? It might take a few more weeks. And once those are sent out, there's a second check because they miscalculated. However, what the state is trying to do, and it's my God, Polis and his gang of thieves at the legislature, they're trying to keep it the second half. And it's not really the second half, but whatever, they underestimated the Tabor. I think they did it on purpose. And now
they got busted in an audit is what happened.
What's that, Mark?
They got busted when someone did an audit.
That's it in a nutshell. You're right. You're absolutely right. And Mark, last time I checked, they were trying to keep it to refund to low-income parents, right? For kids, for tax credits.
I don't know what the hell they're doing.
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to redistribute wealth. Oh, does that sound familiar to you? That's exactly what they're trying to do. So listen, that if they had their way, we would never have any money. That's basically it. That's your Colorado government in action. I hope you love it because you voted for it. We got more coming up.
Yeah, if they're saying that Mark is low to you, that's something I can't really change. I mean, we could have Mark turn up his unit a little bit more.
He can turn up the volume on his mic on the roadie.
And are we talking about the same Mark, a different Mark?
Yeah. Mark with a K. That's the other Mark that's spelled wrong.
I understand that. I'm saying which Mark is MR saying is low?
He is saying Mark with a K is low.
So that's not return from the station.
No, he needs to up his roadie.
God, it's got to be what it's like working with Biden.
Thank you.
When you're done, exit stage left. Left! Okay, bye.
Oh, my God.
Right? To see that guy did it. Really?
I don't know. I do know that much, that it doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, especially since I didn't know which Mark they were talking about. I mean, if Mark with a C is low, that is something I could tell Mark to fix. Please turn yourself up. But if it's Mark with a K, it's too bad Tom is insane that he doesn't realize that.
Yeah.
And normally I trust Tom's technical acumen very much. More than most. I mean, second only to someone like Ross who builds their own amplifiers, you know? I think Ross kind of knows what he's doing technically. Kind of.
I'll try to believe you.
No, he's very technologically.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Well, we're talking about the underpayment. Are you talking about the Tabor refund or the sales tax? Because I did my Colorado return and I did not get Tabor. I got a sales tax refund. Okay, I'll pass that along. Thank you. Understood. Thanks so much. Okay. Bye. Everybody's a fucking accountant.
Let's see, this goes here.
You like chocolate, Doc?
What?
You like chocolate?
Mm-hmm.
You should eat one of these. These are better for you. My kid brought those in for me.
All right.
No? No? Oh, boy.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
You gotta have fun with the job.
That's funny.
Yes, there is. Finn Law Group, FINN.
All right, 10 seconds here, guys.
Law Group, and they're at
One keyword on our website: money. That's money. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you any way we can with any consumer problem, question, or complaint, or anything to do in life where we can lend a hand. And so we're taking phone calls at 303-MARTINO. We take those 24/7, 303-627-8466. We also take them right here live in the studio as well, 303-713-TALK. You can reach us
Tom.
You can also reach us through YouTube. You can reach us through Facebook. You can reach us through Nextdoor. You can reach us through Instagram. You can reach us through LinkedIn, whatever, as well. So, again, we're taking your phone calls. Mark Szymanski's with me from Genesis Total Exteriors. We usually have a guest on from referralist.com. Did someone chime in?
Yeah, hey, Tom, if you want to talk about pricing differences, I just was purchasing a new car, and the difference between dealers is just amazing.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I did say we were first talking about pricing.
Yeah.
When it comes to home services, and then we decided, what about other things? Now, cars, though, in and of themselves, though, they do have MSRPs. So are you finding... What do you mean by a variation among dealers? Are they charging way more than the MSRP, or some charging way less?
Some are charging way less, some are charging MSRP. And again, the one that I decided to buy had a $1,700, had two charges, one for $1,000 and one for $700 for things that I didn't want. And I just told them to take it off, and they took it off.
Wow.
So, and then some dealers, will give you a rock bottom price. So there is a big variation in different dealers and different cars.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And again, during COVID, it became popular to where they were putting surcharges on top of MSRPs.
Right.
Did you find a lot of those?
No, I didn't find anything that was above MSRP.
Okay. Now, Cody is working with Deputy Bo. Is Deputy Bo on?
Yes, I'm here, Tom.
Deputy Bo, thanks for helping out here. What's the story with Cody?
Well, I've been trying to help Cody and the other hotel. I think it's Candlewood.
Tell me what happened. This was I remember him saying something about this a while ago. They booked a hotel for...
I believe it was in March. It was for the Colorado Spartans arena football team, and they booked rooms at the Candlewood.
Yeah.
And
what he is saying, Cody is with one of the hotels, and then we talked to the people at the other hotel, and basically the Denver Spartans football team.
It's Colorado, Tom. Colorado Spartans.
I'm sorry. Colorado Spartan football team is not the team itself, not the players, but the ownership seems to be a little kind of shady.
I believe he's very shady. His name's Tony Thompson. He's the owner of the Colorado Spartans, and he stiffed these two hotels for over $27,000.
And is he returning any phone calls?
No, I've called him like 5 times. He did talk to me once because he didn't recognize the number. I've sent various emails. I sent one Monday just asking if he would talk to me off the air or come on the air, and just to get his side of why he's not paying the hotel bill for his team members. And he's just ghosting me. There's just no response.
I mean, what is he going to say? I'm a crooked piece of crap and I don't pay my bills? I mean, I don't know. I mean, so what the heck? Right now... Where is he staying right now?
Well, I believe he's not staying at the Candlewood or the Wood Springs. I believe Cody can answer the question. I think he's got another hotel, but they're doing some sort of trade-off with sponsorship in the arena. Is that true, Cody?
Yeah, that's correct. From what I've gathered, they're staying at the Marriott in Fort Collins, and they've got exactly right. It's a sponsorship deal where they're staying for free, which essentially is what they did at the Candlewood, only without the sponsorship. But also, if I may, I got a little bit more information a couple days ago. I called into their Facebook Messenger has a call feature, so I called that and then was able to talk to a young lady. She wouldn't give me her name, and she said she is just responsible for managing the Facebook page. But she told me that essentially, if we haven't got our money from him, don't hold our breath because he does this to everyone.
How the hell? Oh man. I mean, really, I mean, how? We need to start calling the team headquarters and let them know we know they're scumbags. Basically.
I think these fans that pay good money to Tommy Thompson to go see this arena football, they buy the tickets. I think the fans should call Tommy Thompson on his personal cell number of 970-880-2527 and just ask them, they buy their tickets. Why isn't this guy completing his obligation to pay for these hotel rooms for his team members? It's just appalling, especially these are mom and pop hotels. They're not national chains. They can't, I don't think they can take a loss like that.
I want to feature him on the Sleaze Brigade. Do we have any pictures of this guy anywhere? I'm trying to look for him and I can't find anything. You know
Cody,
what?
I believe there is a picture of him on the website.
I looked on the website. I can't seem to find it. Where would it be? Do you know?
I believe it was just in a team picture.
Okay. By the way, the website we're talking about is co-spartans.com. Now, did you give out that number that people? Here's what they should do. They shouldn't really be vulgar or anything, but they should say, Mr. Thompson, we heard about this dilemma, and we think it sucks that you're not paying your bills and you're stiffing local hotels. What's his number?
It's 1-970-800-2524. That is his personal phone.
So they can text it, too. It's 970-800-2524. Let me explain something. I don't want people to harass him. I truly want people to give him feedback that it's not cool and this really reflects badly on the team. And then you talk about, as a consumer, what you're going to do about this. Cody's trying to get his money for his hotel. Cody, you're a good guy working your ass off for this. Now, I'm trying to find, man, I can't. Do you know the About Us page, by the way, the About Us page on this co-spartans.com, they're all blacked out. It's like we're looking at a bunch of criminals. I mean, what the hell? They're all blacked out. I don't see a picture. If you can find one, would you please direct me to it? Because I'd like to put him on the Sleaze Brigade and have his picture out there for everyone to see.
I will. Cody and I will work on that. Yes.
Also, Tom, if I might, it's not like all the money that Tony brags about getting from these games. He brags about getting $100,000 per home game, but it's not like this money is going to pay his players either, because they're only averaging about $12,000 a season per player.
Oh no, yeah, you're not going to get rich as a arena football player.
No, not at all. So I don't know where he's spending all this money if he's really getting this $100,000 per home game.
Have you met Tony?
Yes, I've spoken to him many times, and he's actually a very personable man, very clean cut. You would never guess that he would treat anyone the way he has by talking to him.
Well,
he's very nice. Even when Bo has talked to him, he admitted that he owes the money. So he's not even denying it. He's just refusing to talk to anyone that he owes money to.
Well, I wonder what happened. I mean, I'm wondering what happened is what I'm thinking.
He's bringing in the money. He's bringing in plenty of money from this arena football.
Well, yeah, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
Does he owe you money, Cody?
Yes, he does. He
How
owes
much?
our hotel. He owes us only about $2,500.
But it's your hotel.
The Candlewood, right? The Candlewood Suites is the one he owes the majority. And no, it's not my hotel. I just work there.
Yeah, he's just pissed off that this guy is crapping on him.
Well, and it's also resulted in all of it has resulted ultimately in someone being terminated from the hotel, in part because of this.
Yeah, it sucks, man.
It's not a good situation for anyone, and I honestly think that he had the.
Hey, I do
intention
got to ask
of
this
paying.
though: why would someone who works at the hotel get terminated off of him not paying his bill?
There was lying and deceit that went on, so it wasn't specifically because of this. This just revealed the deceit.
Now, I wonder if Zach Thompson, the general manager, I wonder if he's the son. He looks like a nice young man, but he's the general manager. I would almost have to say he's got to be related to him.
I tried to reach out to him
I've
too,
never
Tom.
spoken to him.
I just think we should get some pictures and put them on this Sleaze Brigade.
Well,
this
is
a lot of money.
We should actually. We actually should. But what we should do is try to get a hold of a picture. You guys work on that and get it back to me. We're going to put them on Sleaze Brigade and then tell people all about it. It just, it really sucks that people do this. I mean, even if he told us, look, I'm having financial difficulty, we may have to file bankruptcy or something, but just to ghost us when he has hurt these small businesses, it really sucks. 303-713-8255. Now, JR, I know you've been trying to get through for the last 6 days, on and off. Please hang on. And, oh no, did he hang up again? Every time I'm going to go to him, he hangs up. JR, I can't help, bro. I mean, other people called in before you. If you call in now, I will take you right after the break. I promise.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now, here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and if he can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers.
20 seconds here, Tom, and Fuller is on the phone. Ready when you are.
720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
John Fuller is an attorney, a personal injury attorney, and he helps us all the time on the show to ferret through all of these cases when people don't know what their rights are, and that's why we always encourage you to call him. And he does take each case personally. He'll only take as many cases as he can handle personally, and that's a personal pledge of his. And, John, I have a question, though, that came up one time here recently. What if someone is injured in another state while visiting or maybe on vacation, so now they come back home? Can they hire you here?
Yeah, Tom, that comes up more often than you would think. People on trips or in rental cars and, in a different state or something. Here's basically the way the rule works. I can represent them absolutely in their claim. But if the case is one that has to go into litigation, the proper venue for that accident-based litigation is going to be in the state where the accident happened. And so if the case is one that requires litigation, I will partner up with another attorney that's in that jurisdiction so that we can bring the litigation case and take everything through to its natural completion, including potentially even trial. But, you know, initially, most cases don't have to go into litigation. And so handling the portion that deals with the insurance companies and you getting treatment and helping you work through all those issues, we can absolutely do that right here in Colorado. Give us a call. We'd be happy to help out.
You know, that's really good to know. And John Fuller, of course, will take your calls. And you don't call a call center. You don't call, an intake committee. You can talk to John if you need to. And then you decide if it's a good fit. If you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. By the way, it doesn't cost you extra if it's out of state. If John works with another attorney, they work that out. 303-597-4500. Notice the difference, the Fuller difference. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. Hey, with all the talk about pricing, Europlumbing, Colorado.net is so proud of what they do because they say they take the sting out of anything plumbing, especially water heaters. Yeah, $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank fully installed with new water line, new flex line, and the old one taken away and hauled away. They will do that with a 50-gallon for $14.99, and any size you want. They say they'll save you money. They want you to put them to the test. 303-668-6844, 668-6844. Europlumbing, Colorado.net.
Tree planted, whatever. But I've used the same guy forever. And Caper, Tom, I use
liver or kidney positive, HER2 negative.
Somewhere in there, so it comes to me. The air infiltration. Here's what I think.
We don't have a problem with here completely melt of your house.
If there is a problem, you mitigate it.
Right. Add it for us, some
services and home and triple filter reverse osmosis.
Come or call.
Net K-Hop from the
Nausea, sore mouth.
Live at khow.com.
Ten seconds.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I have Mark Szymanski with me, Genesis Total Exteriors. We're, of course, going to take your calls, any and all calls, if you have them, on what you have them. And we're talking about home improvements in general. So, Mark, what I want to know is, as far as interior stuff, when do you do most of that?
Usually in the wintertime. I mean, right now we got a couple basements going and a couple bathrooms.
But mainly when the weather turns where...
Yeah, because to keep my crews busy, and that's the main reason to do that. I mean, you can shingle year-round with good weather. You can't paint year-round with good weather outside. Stucco, we can heat the space. We can do that year-round. Again, if it gets real cold, you just don't work those days.
Okay. So as far as the exterior stuff goes, siding, windows, roofing, do you do gutters as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the biggest challenge you're having? Because we're talking to a lot of people who are having material shortages. Do you have any material shortages?
No, I mean, there was a huge shortage of impact-resistant shingles last year when these storms hit.
Okay.
That problem's been solved. In fact, Chris, the first caller today, his shingles were supposed to be delivered, and then our supplier calls us 2 days after they were supposed to be delivered. We don't have his shingles. I rented a U-Haul and drove down to Colorado Springs and picked up 50 squares of shingles to roof his house. And
now, we got some calls, and I did some research on F-Wave. Okay? It's a good product, supposedly, but in some cases, they've had batches that lift up and warp and aren't staying down because of a lack of adhesive or something. Have you heard of that?
I have not heard of that one yet, no.
Okay. One guy sent us a picture, and I was quite surprised. I mean, it looked like, the old shakes used to look like rippled up, and
right.
and that's weird for F-Wave. And all they have done under their warranty is come out and reapply some silicone, and then they'd come up again. Then they did some clips where they nailed them in, and then they came up. And do you do F-Wave?
No, we don't.
Okay. But what kind of hail resistant do you do? Because is F-Wave one of the more popular?
No, I mean, well, again, all shingle manufacturers have some form. I mean, earlier this year in the winter, we were talking about the below 20 degree or the 20-degree shingle.
Right.
Yeah. And
now talk about that. What is the benefit of that other than the installation process?
Yeah, because you can do it in the wintertime.
But that's the only benefit, really, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's a benefit to the roofer more than the homeowner.
Well, and it was a good shingle because it has ABS, which is a very flexible material. This Atlas shingle that I'm talking about.
Well, then that could actually be good for the homeowner as well.
Yeah, and the Atlas shingle has it in it too. I'm a big Atlas fan. You hear the big names. You hear the GAF and CertainTeed, and you hear all those names. And everybody has impact resistant shingle.
Is anyone doing concrete anymore?
Oh yeah, you get lightweight concrete tile, sure.
It is really popular.
Yeah.
But I'll bet you no one's doing shake, right? Is shake gone?
Wood shake's gone, but there is a product called Sea-Door. It's actually made here.
Sea-Door.
Sea-Door. It's made here in Denver. The factory's really
How's
cool.
that spelled? I want to.
CEDUR.
CEDUR.
Right.
And what is it?
It's probably
is it wood?
No, it's not. They take an actual wood shake and they use that to make their molds. It's a plastic shingle. It's not like the other plastic shingles in the past. This shingle actually is really cool because if you take a torch to it and it starts to melt a little bit, but as soon as you pull the torch away, it self-extinguishes. You do
it won't catch on fire. That's good.
Like Da Vinci, you get that product started on fire, the thing is going to go. That plastic shingle.
Now, Sea-Door, it's nothing wood. It's just a molded product.
Molded product to look like cedar. They have three colors: a brown.
Is it resistant to?
It's probably the best product you can put on your roof.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, it's the most expensive product you can put on your roof too. So, but no, I mean, hail's going to stick up to it. I mean, there's nothing that's going to break this shingle down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it has a wood shake shingle look. You got to like that look. Like we're battling with a homeowner association, Greenwood Village. Customer really wants it, and they won't approve it
because they don't like the look.
Well, the houses all there had shake shingles in the beginning. They're just like, well, this product, even though it's been around for like 10, 12 years.
Are they thinking it is a wood product?
No, they're just you know how HOAs can be. We're not sure.
Now, CertainTeed has one too. They actually, what are they? They call something. What is this? Is it It's not. It's CertainTeed Cedar Impressions.
Yeah, and
so everyone, I bet you. So a lot of people are trying to maybe do this, and then of course you have the actual cedar or cedar. I get it. A play on.
And it's cool because it's made here in Denver.
It really is. And this is the first I've ever heard of it.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful roof.
Yeah, it's right on I-70, one of those big warehouses. Yeah, it's a cool product.
And how much a square more than a regular roof? Let's say
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah.
So insurance will never pay for that, but
no.
So you'd have to upgrade.
If you had a clay tile roof, a lightweight concrete tile roof, or if you had a steel roof like a Decra roof, you're close to paying for this. You are going to pull still money out of your pocket.
So is it a third more than maybe, let's say, a good
just a regular shingle?
No, I mean a third more than lightweight tile.
I mean you're looking around $1,500 a square, and a regular roof's $500 to $700 depending.
Okay, and then the concrete is somewhere in between, like 1,000?
10, 12, yeah.
Okay, so you have good, better, best.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see to where I
And what would a hail-resistant asphalt product, where's that in the price
you're
range?
in the 600-700.
So about 5 to 6 for regular, 6 to 7 for impact resistant, about 1,200 for the lightweight tile, and then about 15 to 2 or 15 to 18.
Yeah, for Cedar. Yeah, your pitches and all like that. And if you're in a second story, third story house, all those things affect the price of your roof.
Okay, we got more coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget waterpros.net. Any water conditioning, water filtration, water purification, they do better, and they do it quicker, better, and less money. Better products, waterpros.net.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Major police activity out west through Lakewood at the intersection of Garrison and West 6th Avenue. Police on the scene. West 6th Avenue, frontage road westbound, closed between Field Street and Garrison. South Garrison northbound, 2 right lanes closed between West 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue. It's your standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Otherwise, I-25 southbound, some brief slowdowns into downtown between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Your usual stop and go on I-270 westbound between I-70 and Vasquez. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 60 today, overnight low of 36. Tomorrow, some scattered showers with a high of 56. The current temperature is 56 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Fix It 24/7. Now, I've known this company for years for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And let me tell you something. They don't go with the idea of replacing stuff. They want to fix stuff. They want you to want them. Fix It 24/7, including their $39 screaming deal to get your AC ready for the heat. An extreme clean, tune, and check. You don't do better than that for $39. I mean, they do hours of work on it, like a refurbishment, and can increase your efficiency by 30%. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, what a great company. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, they will come out and do a complete estimate for you with a guaranteed activation date on your home or business. You get great incentives with them. They not only do the sales and the installation, they also do the service. A full service company, not just a fly-by-night we've been hearing about in this business. And they also know all about the financing, the tax credits, and special grants. Call them. You will not regret it. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449. So what happened was
In fairness, I wasn't as quick as I normally am.
But seriously.
10 seconds.
Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mike, you have a comment on, am I reading this right, on DIA? What's happening?
Yeah, Tom. I just came back from Mexico this weekend, and on Saturday, in customs, their computers were down, so we were stuck in line for over 2 hours.
Wow.
Hundreds, if not thousands, of people missed their connecting flights.
Oh, no.
And the problem I have with this is I have a passport with my photo on it. I can understand them wanting to hold back maybe foreigners with their passports, but I should have every right as a citizen to provide that passport with my photo and pass through there in a timely fashion.
You're talking about the port of entry, they call it, right?
Yeah, when you're coming back into the EIA, yeah.
Right. When you come from Mexico or a foreign country, that one desk where they look at your stuff and then move you on, right?
Yes. Correct.
And also
But
about
they
these
don't do
desks,
that.
do you notice they don't have any, what do you call those cords they put up in theaters or stuff or concert venues? They don't have any organization at all. Have you ever noticed that?
Oh, Tom, I did. I'm telling you. But what I'm trying to point out is they don't need a computer system to track me, because if that's what they're doing, they kept us behind because they are tracking us.
No, but they have to
Americans.
scan it. Don't they have to scan it?
Why? To track me? Why do they need to scan it?
I don't know the answer to that, actually. I don't know.
Well, if there was a major power outage for 10, 15 hours, what do they do in that situation? Why do I have to wait 2 hours when I shouldn't have to with a passport? There's my photo. I'm an American. Send me on my way. I just don't think it's right.
No, I see what you're saying. Here's what I think they're doing, Mike, and I'm not making excuses, but I think passports are flagged. For example, people that shouldn't be using them, or people who are flagged, and they want to make sure there's no red flags.
Then why is it our damn border is open? Hello?
Well, see, there's so much dichotomy in government. I mean, obviously, you're right. I mean, people can walk over or do anything, and yet, if the people are doing it legitimately are hassled. I don't have an answer. I wish I had an answer to that. Then I'd be king.
But hundreds of people miss their flights. Hundreds of people miss their friends, family, vacation, all because of a computer down. I mean, that's just not right. I mean, you shouldn't have to rebook. You shouldn't have to book hotels. You shouldn't have to be inconvenienced if you're an American citizen. You have that passport proving who you are, period.
Now,
I can understand not having a passport. I can understand being a foreigner, not being able to pass through there. But I should be able to pass through there in a timely fashion.
I agree. I agree with you. But again, they're looking for red flags, and you're saying, why the hell are they? They're letting people walk in. Listen, that's a discussion for a whole different show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so why don't we talk about other things on your mind? If you have a problem, question, or complaint, we'd love to try to help you. Now, I have a trivia question. I'm gonna play it with Mark first. Mark Szymanski. Mark had to go on a Zoom call, our other Mark. And so, Mark Szymanski, what do you think, without looking, is the most popular store card in the country?
You mean like a credit card?
Yeah, now store credit card, not you. I'm going to trust you not to look. A store credit card and not Visa, none of that. I'm talking about a store credit card,
like a Kohl's,
like a Target or a
Target,
Kohl's. What do you think the most popular in the country? I couldn't believe it. They kick ass.
Well, I know mine's Home Depot.
Okay, Home Depot is a favorite in the Northeast for sure.
Right.
Now, might be even because of the number of people, might be very concentrated. But the entire New England area, except for the state of New York, but New York City and all around, New Jersey, all around there, Home Depot is very popular. Home Depot is very popular in Maine as well. Home Depot is very popular in Wyoming, in Idaho, and in Nevada. Let's see, what's that state over there? Arizona. But I will tell you that the most popular card in the U.S. is Best Buy.
Oh, I
never find that shocking.
Because
Best Buy.
I rarely buy from Best Buy.
It is impressive. I mean impressive. All throughout the West and the Midwest and the Southwest, it is kicking ass. Now, Lowe's seems, oh, by the way, Home Depot rules in Florida, Home Depot rules in Georgia, and in Alaska. Isn't that weird? But when it comes to, and there's only one state where the Costco card.
I was going to say Costco.
No, only one state where the Costco card rules. Where do you think that is? That state up there. What is that? I guess is that?
Oh, Montana.
That's Montana. No, that's not Montana. Montana's there. Montana's Home Depot. We're just north of Montana. Come on.
North of Wyoming is Montana.
This is Wyoming. Oh,
That's
that is. I'm sorry. That's Montana. You're right. I'm sorry. That's Montana. It borders. That's right. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so you got Colorado. That's Wyoming, and that's Montana, and then Idaho's over to the left, right? Yeah. So why is it that Costco, I'm curious about Costco in Montana only is number one?
That's wild. I mean,
I know.
I mean, where are they based at? I'm not even sure.
This is a survey done of actual usage of these cards over the last 12 months.
And again, I'm surprised.
And Google provided this information.
Because, Best Buy, I think so many people buy things online in all different places.
First of all, I thought that Best Buy in general as a store was going down. Now, I don't mean going down like out of business, but kind of like losing favor.
Right.
Now, Amazon, I would like to know Amazon's market share in general. In fact, I will find out when it comes to shopping. I have to believe, because Amazon is everyone. Right. I mean, you can get everything everywhere through Amazon. And that was his original vision. Anyway, we got more coming up. And JR, stop bitching on YouTube and just call back. JR says, Tom, I'm on the road. I can't hold. I promise you, JR, no matter who I'm on the phone with, even if it's the president, I will take you if you call in. Okay, so call in about your problem. He wants to talk about a scam. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More coming right up. Oh, yeah, right out that door to the right.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Major police activity out west through Lakewood at the intersection of Garrison and West 6th Avenue. Police on the scene. West 6th Avenue, frontage road westbound, closed between Field Street and Garrison. South Garrison northbound, 2 right lanes closed between West 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue. It's your standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Otherwise, I-25 southbound, some brief slowdowns into downtown between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Your usual stop and go on I-270 westbound between I-70 and Vasquez. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 60 today, overnight low of 36. Tomorrow, some scattered showers with a high of 56. The current temperature is 56 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance. And even cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Made in the shade. Window coverings made in the shade. If you want blinds, shades, curtains, shutters, exterior coverings for protection from golf balls and stuff, made in the shade. You want powered, you want high-tech, low-tech, in-between tech. You want a cell phone coverage that will operate them, battery-operated, solar-operated. They will do it at Made in the Shade. DenverShades.co. All of the measuring and estimating is free. Then you decide. They have the best installers in the business. Now, O'Brien Legal Services, that's the company that you need, a law firm for your real estate needs. Now, I suggest everyone have their closing docs looked over, especially with complicated deals, or if you have owner financing, seller financing, or if you are buying with a partner, you're doing fix and flips, or you have a border dispute, anything real estate, think Brad O'Brien. O'Brien Legal Services. Of course, they do evictions and everything else. In this complicated time, you need someone who knows it all, and that's
OLSlaw.com. That's O'Brien Legal Services. Brad O'Brien and his team, 720-370-7388. By now, when I mention personal injury, I hope if anything ever happens with you on an accident, you'll think John Fuller, because I truly believe in John. This is not just a business relationship with us. I have personally recommended people to him. And in fact, Mark and Suzanne have worked with him. You call and get free information first. If you think it's a good fit, then what you can do is hire John on a percentage fee basis, and you get his cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. The truth is, you talk to him, not a call center. The truth is, he will be in personal touch with you, and he handles each and every case. Of course, he has a support staff, but he will only take the number of cases that he handles. Notice that difference, the Fuller difference with John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. You know, I will tell you this, though. I've gotten
I was a Cub Scout, a Weebelo, and a Boy Scout. Now, struggling for members, the Boy Scouts of America is rebranding as Scouting America to be more inclusive. Erasing boys from Boy Scouts. Will this help or hurt their cause? Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Yes, so are you surprised at the credit cards? A lot of people, one guy texted me and said he would have thought, what happened to like the Targets and stuff like that, but they're small potatoes compared to, let's face it, these stores that reflect the biggest credit cards are the biggest stores. The Home Depots, the Best Buy, the Lowe's, and of course, Costco in one. No, Costco's in 2 states. I forgot. They're in Montana, number 1, and Hawaii. I just saw that. Hawaii.
Yeah, I can see Hawaii because, when you travel, why is there a Costco right near on 70 near Beaver Creek? People come in for vacation, they go right to Costco.
Exactly. Now, somebody said that they want to call me on the Tabor refund conversation. This is somebody making a comment on YouTube. Every Colorado taxpayer received their $800 refund if they filed a 2023 Colorado individual return. Well, that's right. If you filed, wait a minute. Are you sure, Steve, everyone, I know you're listening, everyone got it? I don't remember. Wait, he says the $800 per taxpayer appears as a line item credit. Oh, he is saying it comes off your taxes as a credit. So theoretically, you did. I get it, bro. I get it. That makes sense. He is saying you don't wait for a check. It's a line item credit. Now, however, there is a procedure for those who do not file.
Right, or the ones that pay no taxes.
There is a procedure for them as well. Anyway, it says Maui Airport has a Costco nearby. That is probably why it's always packed and why that card is number 1. Okay, 303-713-TALK. Now, some other consumer news that I think is important, really important, but I hesitate to talk about it, but the most expensive, because it pisses me off, but although we're not one of them, where do you think, as far as car insurance goes, the most expensive states? People are bitching all over the country. I got a call from a guy from Jersey. You all know, if you listen to the show, Drew, he calls in now and then. And he was really upset about his car insurance going up 40%. It's going up all over the country. Number 1. Now, I'm wondering why Florida's number 1.
Old people.
You really think so? The number 1 expense. Florida, number 2 is New York. Now, New York I can see because how densely populated and all of that, but a lot of the factors affecting them is poor credit.
Oh.
New York has one of the worst poor credits. And also, listen to this. Some people in New York are paying $8,000 a year if they have a teenager in the house.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that. Now, if you have a bad credit score, you're paying $8,000. Without a teenager, you're paying $8,000. Now, why would Louisiana be 3rd on this list? Why would Louisiana be 3rd?
I would.
Okay, now, listen to this. In Louisiana, $7,800 with a teenage driver in the house. And by the way, when we say teenage driver, it means a teenager who has a driver's license. You can exclude them, but you have to specifically, and some states don't allow you to exclude. Nevada is number 4. Again, $7,800 with a teenage driver. Just regular insurance is $5,000. $5,000 for one car. One car. Michigan is next, number 5. I'm wondering where Colorado comes. Where do you think? Number 6.
Oh, wow.
In the top 10. Here's what they're saying in Colorado with the teenage driver. Now, we're saying teenage driver that hasn't been in an accident. $5,700 a year. That's why I always tell you, man, go to Compass for that insurance checkup. They'll find you the best rates. You can call them at 303-996-9000. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Get your calls in with any problem, question, or complaint. 303-713-TALK. We'll take all of your calls and have more enlightening discussions coming up.
All right, I'm gonna go get some ice.
I want to show you something here. Turning my...
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. I'm sorry, what? Timeshares. Got it. What's your name? Don, D-O-N? John. All right, hang on for me.
Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hey, JR. All right. All right. Hang on for me.
$1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here with Mark Szymanski from GenesisTotalExteriors.com. He's here to help us with any information on the outside of the house, roofing as well, and new products coming on the fore. And we'll talk to him. We're also talking to you like John wants to talk about timeshares. John, oh no, JR, sorry. JR's first. JR's been bitching on YouTube. He can't get through. So let's talk to JR first. Then, John, I'm going to go right to you. JR, what's happening?
Hey, Tom. So a scam that's going on with roofing, and then a question for Genesis.
Okay.
Okay, so the scam is these roofers will go around trolling neighborhoods. They'll get the okay to go up on a roof, and what they'll do is they'll start ripping up shingles, ripping up the underlayment, and planting mealworms underneath the underlayment, and then telling the customer, the person, that they're termites.
Now, wait a minute. How do you know this?
Well, I seen it on a Channel 4. It was a Channel 4 news story.
Cool. Wait a minute. Did Channel 4 catch people doing it?
They actually talked to the two customers that actually got robbed over it.
No fooling. Now, good for them. Who did the story on Channel 4?
I couldn't tell you.
Man, that's a good story. So they actually talked to people who had the same thing happen, and did they track it to one of these worms?
Yeah. Well, it's a mealworm. A mealworm is not a termite.
No, I understand that.
Is what you use for fishing. So that was the plant. That was the scam. The company's called Uptown Remodeling LLC. So if you looked up the story about the termites and Uptown Remodeling LLC, you'll read the story. But the question I have for Genesis, because that's a great scam. But what they're doing is, like I said, they're tearing up.
Go ahead. Are you there?
They're tearing up the roofs before they even have a chance to say yes or no to a job. They're tearing up the roofs and planting these mealworms.
Well, wait a minute. They don't get to tear. Wait, hold on, JR. That doesn't sound right. Wait. They don't get to tear up the roof until they have a signed contract.
The story I read is it's about Uptown Remodeling LLC. Uptown Remodeling LLC.
Okay, but no one okay. All right. So it just doesn't make sense to me that you don't get to tear up a roof and then tell someone they have termites. They must have had some kind of contract with them first.
Well, if somebody could find the story or find it on
I'm looking for the story, man. I really am.
I mean, I guess he's saying that they went up to do an inspection, and then somebody's sneaking up there and lifting up some shingles, and you'd have to cut through the underlayment underneath the shingles and throw some of these mealworms in there. I mean, and I guess if you have a roof, that's hard to see people on the ground that somebody's not.
But what I'm saying is they don't get to be on there, and then
according to the story that I read, they actually are damaging the roof.
They're, I guess if they're door knocking, and then the person
yeah,
says,
but they have to get permission to go up there first.
Right, yeah.
How long ago was this story on Channel 4?
This was the story. The story on Channel 4 was on the 6th of this month.
Oh, okay. So you actually have the date. That's good. All right.
Anyway, the question for Genesis is: termites, do they start from the ground up, or would they be found in the roof?
No, termites live in the ground, and they do come from the ground up. And we do have termites in Colorado, but it's very rare. And
so finding them in the roof would kind of
typically
be like,
they're going to take out all your lower walls out first. All your studs, between the the ground and there.
Right. So I'm sure there's some listeners on here that probably had dealings with these guys. But find the story. That's a
their website sucks nowadays because they're on with all the other CBS, and then you go to Colorado. It is so hard to search their site. I swear to God. I mean, it's just. So I'm trying to find it, but I can't find it. I put in the name of that contractor and can't find it.
Uptown Remodeling LLC. Tom, what is the best scam that you've ever?
What you mean on roofing?
On anything.
Oh my God! There have been so many. My gosh! I mean, you're catching me off base here. But there have been so many creative scams. If you gave me a minute, man, I could probably come up with a dozen, but there are just so many of them. One we just came up with the other day, okay? And this is something every car dealer, it's not a scam, but it's like little things that come up every day. Like there is, the dealers always sell gap insurance. And you don't know how many people buy gap insurance not realizing that it won't cover them. They think because they have a big loan and their car went down in value, gap insurance is supposed to cover them. And it's not. It's not made for stupid insurance, meaning we had a case the other day where a woman had a lemon, she traded it, she owed $16,000 more than it was worth. The dealer said, I'll tell you what, we'll pay off half of that. She had to take negative equity of $8,000 and put it into her new Hyundai. So she bought a new Hyundai and immediately started out with a loan that was $8,000 more than it should have been. Then she got into a total accident a year or two later. The car was worth way less than the loan. They would go 125% of value of the car. However, that left her with that original $8,000 still on the loan, and she was pissed that her gap insurance wouldn't pay for it. And I said, gap insurance will not pay for negative equity. Gap insurance will not pay for you paying above MSRP. Gap insurance will not pay for anything you did that was stupid. It will not pay for extras. It will not pay for mop and glow. It will not pay for credit, life, and insurance. It will not pay for any add-ons. So when you get into an accident, whatever the value of your car is on that day before the accident, you will get at the most 125% of it. You will not get what's owed. But they sell it like this. Well, Mr. Martino, gap insurance can protect you. If you're in an accident, it'll pay off your loan. It does not pay off your loan. JR, but thanks for bringing it up. But there are so many scams I can't even begin to count. But I'm going to come up. You know what I will, JR? You gave me a great idea. I'm even taking a note on it. I'm going to come up with the top 10 scams of all time since I've been doing the show for nearly 50 years. I have to go through the annals of my memory, and they're pretty anal, and I'll find one. Okay, John, you have a timeshare question. In fact, I think I just posted something on timeshare on YouTube and on my video also on LinkedIn and even TikTok I tried. see if I get banned again. Anyway, what is your question on timeshares?
Now, I talked to you a couple months ago, and I told you I was going to not pay my dues for this year, 2024.
And did you talk to me and did I say you were judgment proof? Was that the conversation or was it another one?
I think so, and I just wanted to follow up on that.
Yeah, I think if you're the one I'm thinking about, and I'm not sure because I'm looking for the call, but there was one where you were pissed off and you wanted to get out of it, and you're old enough and didn't think there was anything they could get from you.
Correct. That's what they've done. They've turned me over to debt collector now.
Good.
And I'm just wondering what can they do to me?
Well, let's talk about it. And again, I'm not going to give you legal advice here. I don't want to get in trouble, but I want to make sure you're protected. So how old are you, John?
I'm 80.
Okay, now I remember. See, I do remember you. Okay, so you're 80 and you have only government benefits. Is that right?
Well, what's that mean?
Okay, your income is based on what?
Oh, I have investments. I have property, rental property. I have, of course, Social Security.
Oh, wait. So you have a lot of assets, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What I remember is this. Most timeshare companies, if they sue you for the balance, normally what they do, they won't take the timeshare because they don't want it, but they do try to attach income. I've not heard of them suing you and putting liens on your assets, but that could be a possibility. It depends on how aggressive they want to get. How much is your maintenance every year?
It's about $1,200 this year.
Was yours the one that did every other year? Is that what you had?
Yes, that's correct. It was Lawrence Welch, now taken over by Marriott.
It's an every other year timeshare. Is it for a week?
Yeah. Yes, for a week.
Yeah, and the 1 week is every other year. And how much was it costing you every year?
About $1,200.
Can you believe that? He goes 1 week every other year, and he's paying $1,200 a year. That's $2,400. $2,400 for 1 week.
It's only $1,200 every other year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
so
it's still so you're paying $1,200 for a week.
Yeah,
and you're still exposed to any future. Now, do they charge you $600 a year or $1,200 every two?
Just $1,200 every other year.
Okay, now, what I would do is let them know you have no plans. You're 80 years old, and you have no plans on paying. Just tell them you're 80 years old and broke, and you will sign it back over to them.
I've told them that twice in letters. I can't talk to anybody. They don't ever let you talk with anyone. So I just sent them letters. And so I'm not.
How long? What collection agency did they send you to?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that with me.
Would you send me the information because it might be a sham collection agency too? Let's put it this way, John. I have never heard of them being aggressive coming after people. Okay, they will do a judgment. They will try to get some easy money like a wage garnishment. But I've not. And you don't have any wages to speak of, do you?
No, I don't work any longer, obviously.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is any income you do have, I think I have this in my notes, it's Social Security, right?
Well, that, and I have a pension from a municipality that I work for.
Right, I don't believe they can attach that. I don't believe they can attach that.
And I have rental properties, so.
If I were you, first of all, if it gets more serious, we're going to have to talk about it. But at this point, if it was me, I wouldn't keep paying it if I'm 80. Do you have a wife?
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't want to strap her either. Now, is she on the timeshare?
Yes, she is.
Maybe what we ought to do is talk to a collection attorney. That I want to be safe here, and let's talk to a collection attorney. I also want to talk to my friend who's in the on the side. He does timeshare exit, and I want to ask him if he's ever heard of, in fact, you know what we should do, Kachina? I know what we're going to do. Let's get the Finn Law Group on tomorrow for John. That's who we need to get on.
Great.
The Finn Law Group is one of the best timeshare exit companies. Now, when I say exit, don't think of timeshare exit team. Those guys were crooks and they're out of business. I don't like them. I'm talking about the category of business. He is a law firm, the Finn Law Group, and they do a great job. So, Kachina, can you mark this for tomorrow? And
yep, I'm on it.
Let's get him back on with the Finn Law Group. And then we'll ask him questions about that specifically. 303.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much. 303-713-8255.
This is Dan Kaplis. There's nothing more precious than innocent human life, which is why I've spent the past 40 years standing up for the value of human life in wrongful death cases across Colorado. I have a 40-year track record of success fighting for the families of those wrongfully killed, which includes not only maximizing the money, but also helping survivors force changes that will help save lives moving forward. If you need my help, call 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
Sheridan Auto Tech, you want value and honesty, experience, knowledge, all of the things you want in an auto repair facility, you get with Uncle Kevin and his team at SheridanAutotech.com. Heavy and light maintenance and repairs. They do, of course, preventive maintenance. They will also do a great job on electrical systems and pre-buy inspections for used cars. So SheridanAutotech.com. 303-455-7242. If you want really clean, you've heard me talk about Zero Res Denver, the only company I'll have in my home for carpets and grout and tile, upholstery, even mattresses, and they do duct cleaning. Right now, 3 rooms, $109 and $75 off your duct cleaning. What a great time to have this done. Get rid of the allergens, pathogens, and all of the crap that's built up all winter. Hey, listen, here's the thing about Zero Res, and I'm serious, man. They use the best cleaning agent in nature without any chemicals, soaps, or emulsifiers. And what is that? It's water, purified, softened water, and truly, I call it empty water because it doesn't have a lot of stuff suspended in it. So it can literally dissolve and carry away all kinds of stuff. It really is the best cleaning agent. And you can watch it. I mean, I've seen it dissolve blood stains. It's amazing. And Zero Res has it down. Get Zero Resified. Call them. 303-471-5150, 471-5150. You won't get a better job. Stays clean longer, dries faster. That's ZeroResDenver.com.
Go for it.
I love Zero Res. Do you know what convinced me? I have that water, that I kept. And it's essentially the same water I have in my triple filter reverse osmosis. That's all they do. But they do a little more alkaline. So we had a stale blood stain. Struggle to get that off. I want to try something this time.
My experience here in Denver in the shelters hasn't been good.
We took this softened water,
It's not
and I swear to God, it was like magic.
Really?
It came right up.
Wow.
It was like, so one day I'm sitting here, and I have super glue on my finger. I was doing something here, putting one of these stickers down for words. Anyway, it's right here. So I got it on my finger, and Paul the waterman says, try the soft water. And I said, hot water's not going to touch it. I couldn't believe it. So I get that water I'm drinking, and I put my finger in it for 10 seconds and take it out and wipe it off.
No kidding.
No. Honest to God. Super glue.
Wow.
Yeah.
I never would have thought.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
This is where the
That's when I knew they have something. And people, so I said, Paul, if you have water conditioning in a house, like you do that, so they have super soft water in their house, would they have to use laundry detergent, for God's sake? He says, Tom, People don't believe it, but he said, I've done laundry.
Right.
One more time, kind of broke up a little bit. Oh, 577.
So this year is not, the algorithm's not working as well, or just because the market's just a little crazy, or?
Oh, no, our biggest challenge was because the market's so good, but for no reason, because our intelligence doesn't know what to do about craziness, right? Well, it does. It still picks the pairs based on the past, but the bad pair wins. So what we had is both of them going up. That's what we have most of the time. So they cancel out and they don't make money. But it was a really easy adjustment because he went in, and we always have a beta fund going on at the same time as our active fund, and the beta fund's purpose is to experiment. So I put money in that. And with the experiments, when that started happening, he was able to adjust it without having to go through a regulation because it's me and him. So he adjusted it to where he noticed when they both went up, the bullshit detector went off and that other one started coming down again. So he had to extend the life of the pair in some cases, right? So now he adjusted the algorithm so where it both goes, where they both start going up, and there's not a fundamental reason, like the earnings didn't show. So if the earnings and if this, but they're still going up, then he extends the trade beyond 7, and on first sign of downward movement, then increases the buy, and then closes.
K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. So we have been talking about a lot of stuff today, and I want to ask Mark about dealing with insurance since he does a lot of that. You know, one of the things we talk about is the ease of dealing with one person, one source for all of your storm damage, and he's been able to do that. And of course, he'll work with, if you got a really complicated claim, he'll work with your public adjuster or whatever. But do you find any particular companies trying to cheap out? Because we get this complaint all the time. Do you find, and by the way, people will take your calls, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, about cheaping out. So you deal with them a lot. So tell me what you're finding.
Well, you know, I actually find this last year was interesting because I thought all of them in general in the beginning of the year were being very fair.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was like, wow. I mean, and so it's like, you know, you're going to file a small supplement because, well, it's not worth it because they've already treated us pretty fair, so there's no reason to. So let's just get this claim done and get out of the customer's hair.
So, so they really haven't been arguing with you a lot?
But now that was the beginning of last year.
Okay, so what's going on now?
So now, we're running into them actually dragging their feet is the biggest thing we're going through right now.
Like delaying the adjustments,
and then they switch the adjuster changes. You got the inside adjuster and outside. That changes. Oh, that person's not doing this anymore. You have to go talk to this person, and you're starting all over again. I mean, we had 3 of them that were just crazy that were just now getting settled and finalized. And so it's almost been a year, and it's just trying to get through the insurance process of the company themselves.
All right. So is there any particular thing they don't like covering? I heard they don't like covering windows.
Well, windows are tough. I mean,
they like to say, "Hey, that's just a bad window or normal wear and tear." Do they give you a little harder time on a window?
And again, you got wood windows, which also now they got dinged up, and they're like, "Well, you just got to repaint it." Well, the look of the windows completely changed, especially if there were pretty big hailstones that hit it. And so, does a customer deserve a new window? And that's a very tough battle.
Now, another thing, again, we bring this up a lot. This is really important. In order to get the bid, they might show a low bid, and then they come in and do auxiliary claims. Now, it's a mixed bag because homeowners aren't popped for supplemental claims because they pay their deductible once. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it's still wrong. And Yet, I don't know what to do about it. Should we go after the company if the homeowner isn't being hurt directly, okay? Kind of, it's cheating going on, but the homeowner pays a deductible. And if their adjuster isn't smart enough to come out and see that they're padding the investment or the loss, because Mark, you went out on a job where they were charging all kinds of outrageous amounts for supplements, and they weren't doing them.
Right.
Okay. Well,
and again, I don't think that.
But the consumer's not hurt. Well, no, they are kind of if they were supposed to get that stuff done.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And if again, and then there's a fine line. Is sometimes you ask for things, and if you got it paid, well, then okay, somebody made a little more money. Or you do add something to the customer to give them more benefit for that because they paid for something maybe they weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's different ways to look at it. So many times insurance companies are on the other end, though. They're not treating us fairly at all. And, gee, every once in a while you get a good win.
No, I know what you mean. Now, a supplemental claim, normally, and for people listening, what a supplemental claim is, you say you're going to give me well, why don't you give me an example of something that would come up?
Well, here's a good one.
That you don't see initially. Go ahead.
And we just finalized this one. But here's a customer, North Colorado Springs, his house got hit.
Yeah.
And they covered a couple windows, got a new roof, and that was about it. And I walked the house, every single window in his house had damage. They didn't believe me, so they sent another adjuster, and I showed it to them all. Okay, yeah, we see they're all damaged.
But you didn't see that at first?
Oh, they didn't see it at first.
Oh, okay. You weren't called in at first.
No, we were, but you pointed out, and then they didn't write it up that way.
Okay,
they wrote up with 3 windows, and he has 15 in his house. So we filed a claim,
a supplemental,
a supplement claim, and then they sent out the insurance company. Go, oh, these are damaged, sure. And then they fought me on my price. They're like, your price is outrageous. Here's what's funny. So they sent out another company, their own company.
Higher?
Their price came back higher than mine.
So they went with you?
Yeah, my customer went with me,
yeah.
Yes.
Now, what about this? What about you're looking at a roof and then you need decking? That's a supplemental.
Yeah, as long as you have code upgrade. And so realize if you don't have code upgrade, they're not going to pay for. No, because
what if it was damaged? You didn't see it.
Well, again, if it was damaged, but a lot of times, if you need decking, it's because it's just wear and tear.
Oh,
because decking going
so
bad.
If it's spongy, that's a code update.
Yeah, because all of a sudden, this isn't good decking.
Right.
That has to be replaced. It's not because of the storm.
So code update isn't that in code upgrades, aren't they in most policies nowadays?
Well, yeah, I think Compass does a good job of making sure they're in there, and then you should have it. If you don't, please get that added. Yeah, I'm saving $1,000 a year or $2,000 a year. When you go to pay this claim, then all of a sudden I'm coming out with pocket much more money to pay for my roof to get done or other damage in my home. And one other thing about soft decking, it's all due to ventilation. You got to have proper ventilation in your attic space.
I know we've talked about this before. Ventilation in the attic a bad ventilation can ruin the roof from the inside out.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, our first mold job we're getting ready to do on Monday is bad ventilation in attic space.
Now, what do you find? This is what I find with ventilation in the attic. This is what I find, is that they don't have enough ventilation. Enough vents, right?
Most of the time, it's the soffit vents you don't have enough of. You need your intake. So some people make the mistake, they have turtles up on their roof, and let me add a whirlybird up there.
But it still is not sucking anything in.
That's the problem, right? You need if you should never have 2 types of ventilation. You shouldn't have a ridge vent.
They cancel
and a
each
turtle.
other.
They cancel. They circle around themselves.
Oh my! So it's a science. What you want to do is you want to create a convective current that comes from the lower part of the roof out the top.
Yes.
By creating these convective currents, you keep it cool and you keep it warm, depending on what you want.
You want it to
keep it level.
You want that temperature to be as close to the outside temperature in your attic space as possible.
Okay.
That's
and
your
why
goal.
now? People don't think that's a good thing. They think, wait a minute, why do I want that?
You want your insulation that keeps your house warm and cool.
And you don't want
your attic
keeping it warm.
Right. You want the attic space to be the same temperature as the exterior temperature.
Have you found that attic fans help? Now, I'm not talking people about whole house fans. There's a difference. A whole house fan does not interact with the attic most of the time. I mean, it kind of does, but it takes all of the air out of the house through the attic, through the outside. But as far as the attic fan.
Yeah, so a power attic fan vent.
Isn't that a good idea?
You can, yes.
But you still have to have enough to suck in.
You still have to have it, yeah. So the big thing is having enough vent
to suck
in your soffit.
Right.
And then don't have insulation over your soffit vents either. That's important. All of a sudden, somebody, I'm going to put another foot of insulation in my attic space, and they blow it everywhere. Oh, there's not much over there in the corners. That's where you don't want it. That's outside your house.
I never even thought of that.
You need to make sure those stay uncovered so the air can flow up.
See, this is very useful stuff because I'll venture to say, I'll go this far. 40% of the houses have improper ventilation. More?
Higher. Yeah, and it's funny because then you like to put, nowadays, you used to use tar paper. Now we use a synthetic.
Yeah.
That makes your roof even more airtight.
I get it, man.
And so you need to make sure you have proper ventilation.
That alone can save you a ton of money.
Yeah.
303-713-8255. Man, that's important.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Major delays on the south end of town. I-25 southbound is closed due to a major accident between Bellevue Avenue and Orchard Road. We are seeing stop traffic back from Evans. About a 35-minute of delay for folks heading through the University area. If you are trying to detour, take University southbound from I-25. Go all the way south to Arapahoe eastbound to rejoin on back to the highway. 225 southbound also seeing stopped up traffic back from Yosemite due to this crash. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 60 degrees, overnight low of 36. Tomorrow, scattered showers with a high of 56. The current temperature in Denver is 57 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
At Progressive, they're making things even easier. They'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save money on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Again, that's Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Keel and Park are estate planning attorneys, and you are going to love the way they conduct their business. They're going to look at your life, your business, if you want to pass on or sell a business, your artwork, your investments, your possessions, whatever you find near and dear. They're going to take a look at your heirs, and they're going to come up with a plan at no cost to you. If you decide to go forward, it's on a flat rate basis. You don't do better than that. Know what you need when you need it. And then they go ahead and formulate the plan according to what you want to spend. It's really simple, and they're great at keeping you out of probate or if you're facing probate. If you want a simple will or you need a trust, whatever it is, they can accomplish it. 970-818-8198, lawkp.com. So I want to share some thing here real quick here if I can find it.
It was a quiet day for callers.
What's that?
It was a quiet day for callers.
Well, you know what? Yesterday...
And trouble sleeping for years.
Electric rates are going up. You need Red Rocks Roof and Solar. They do it all, sales, installation, and service. And because they do roofs too, they've got you covered. Locally owned, veteran owned, more than 35 years combined experience. The only company to guarantee an activation date or they pay you for lost energy. Battery backups, auxiliary generators, 303-704-20 redrocksrs.com. You would know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Crazy Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company declares themselves. Many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just good. Advisors with this new standard often have limited investment in product selection. Crazy Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Crazy Wealth. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Only 2 pieces for the final deadline at Children's Colorado Money Day raffle. You can win a $2.7 million grand prize show home located southwest of Denver. And it comes with over $875,000 in bonus cash. All 6,600 prizes will be awarded with $120 a ticket. Don't miss out. Make a money difference for patients and families in Children's Colorado. Only 2 days until the final deadline. Order now at MoneyDayRaffle.com. Blue Sky CBD has been helping me with my nagging aches and pains and trouble sleeping for years. But take a listen to these reviews from people just like you. I use the Max Relief Balm 2 to 3 times per week, and my neck pain is so much better. This CBD is by far the most helpful thing I've tried in helping me reduce my anxiety. The Max Relief Balm has given me instant relief that really lasts from my chronic inflammation. These gels are great in helping me with my hip and sciatica pain. I'm now sleeping again with the Blue Sky CBD sleep gels. You're going to find hundreds and hundreds of similar reviews at bluesky-cbd.com. That's bluesky-cbd.com. So if you're struggling with nagging aches and pains, maybe trouble sleeping, and you're sick of using pharmaceuticals, you owe it to yourself to try Blue Sky CBD. And keep in mind that the promo code KHOW gives you an ongoing 30% discount on all of your orders. That's promo code KHOW, KHOW, at bluesky-cbd.com. Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400. It's the Dan Caplis
Afternoons 4 to 6.
Wednesday at 4. We all know Colorado roads right now are a kill zone. So why are the Democrats in the legislature streamlining the driver's license process for unvetted newcomers? Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino. Tom's got a question here for Genesis. Tom, welcome to the show. What's going on?
Yes, I was just wondering, quick question is, how many times can you replace asphalt shingle roofing before you need to start put on the new decking?
Oh, you mean where you can go over the top?
Well, yeah, I mean, how many times? Because a lot of times they'll just rip off the old roof, put the new roof on, and then you do that over and over and over.
Okay, we have 2 questions, though, and that's good. Let's go with the first one. How long does the decking last? That's a good question.
I mean, well, again, as long as it's watertight and you're not getting anything to it, it's going to last forever. You know.
Okay.
But now brings up the point. How many times can I put a layer of shingles on? You know, tear it off, put another one on, tear it off, put another one on.
Because the nails do.
And also, you shred at that, and you know that one I think is a case by case basis. You got to look at it, and I don't think there's a magic number that I know of.
But at some point, it would become riddled. But that would take a long time.
I think a lot. Yeah, and again, plywood is such a cool product. I mean, it's glued up in different strand variations. You know, when one layer is going one way, one layer is going the other, and it's a very durable product.
Now, the question here is, as far as layers, for my question, because he brought this up, and I just wondered. You hear people putting a layer over the old layer. Is that acceptable?
Some cities and counties allow it. Most do not.
Oh, really? Now you have to tear off?
Tear it off, and you even have to
because they used to let you go over.
Right, but now it's even teared off, and you have to even have your underlayment that's on there torn off too. So, you know, I mean, one of my roofers, because in Colorado Springs it used to be allowed. You could leave your underlayment, put another underlayment on top, put on your shingles. So you really have a double layer of underlayment. Colorado Springs changed their mind, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, And we had one that got changed after we did the roof, and we had the inspection, we got caught, and we had to have the customer write a letter that said, I'm okay with 2 layers of underlayment. There's nothing wrong with my roof underneath it.
Okay. Another question that I got on text here. Is it true that with a tile roof, the tile is not your roof?
That is correct.
That is so weird for me.
Right.
The tile is not the roof. Right. It's the decorative outside.
Yes. The number one repair we make on a leaky roof is because they have a tile roof with tar paper underneath it that's just wore out. And nowadays, it's ideal. If you're going to have a tile roof, I would use high temp ice and water underneath your whole roof, because then you're never going to have a...
So technically now, with a tile roof, you have strips of wood that hold the tile, right?
Yeah, batten strips, yes.
Batten strips are called. And then under the batten strips, you have the underlayment.
Underlayment, yeah.
So if you took theoretically, the roof off, the decorative part, you have a roof.
Yeah, you have the underlayment.
But the sun would kill the underlayment.
Correct.
So it is protecting it from the sun.
Correct.
But not from the elements.
Correct.
And properly put down, the water does get behind the tile and flows down.
It does.
It's supposed to.
I mean, ideally, it still hits the tile, and most of it, 90%, is running off on top of your tile.
Right, I understand. But if it gets underneath,
it's getting because it's a tile.
Does it get trapped where the battens are?
Well, no. You could get a little bit there, but not much.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, ideally, you want to run around that, and then it's going to hit your underlayment, and then it's just going to run into your gutter system. Hit your drip edge, and it's in the gutter.
Okay. And with stucco, you definitely, because you're a stucco expert as well, you don't want anything going behind that stucco.
Never.
That's why flashing
is so important.
And then coming down to ground level is not good.
No, you want it between stucco and dirt. You want 6 inches. Between that and concrete, at least 1 or 2 inches.
So you definitely want an edge that is free from dirt,
right,
and moisture.
Right.
Do they have end caps you put on?
Yeah, at the bottom we use a piece of Z flashing,
and that keeps it even better, right, from absorbing.
Yeah, because concrete absorbs moisture. It does. I mean, it's porous, and so water does go into it, and it's obviously it's a hard porous substance, but yes, it's porous.
Okay, and so. Man, these are all interesting things we don't get into a lot. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Major delays on the south end of town. I-25 southbound is closed due to a major accident between Bellevue Avenue and Orchard Road. We are seeing stop traffic back from Evans. About a 35-minute of delay for folks heading through the University area. If you are trying to detour, take University southbound from I-25. Go all the way south to Arapahoe eastbound to rejoin on back to the highway. 225 southbound also seeing stopped up traffic back from Yosemite due to this crash. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 60 degrees, overnight low of 36. Tomorrow, scattered showers with a high of 56. The current temperature in Denver is 57 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Made in the Shade window coverings at your beck and call. One-stop shop. Call them. They come to the house. They measure free, have a designer suggest things for you, trying to hit your budget. You come up with a price you like. They order, deliver, and install. As I said, one stop. Whether you want low-tech, high-tech, in-between tech, solar-powered, battery-powered, cell phone controlled, they do it all. And that's denvershades.co. Europlumbing, Colorado.net. You won't get water heaters for a lesser price anywhere. That's it. And they want you to put them to the test. A 40-gallon tank fully installed, the old one taken away and hauled out, you get for $13.99. A 50-gallon, $14.99. People are scratching their heads wondering how they get the deal. What you do is call them. Europlumbing, Colorado.net. In fact, they say any plumbing repair, you'll save tons. 303-668-6844. 668-6844. Hey, if you're going through a real estate transaction, like right now, or in the future, you need an attorney to look over docs, or maybe you have a conflict going on, a fence line, or maybe an easement, maybe even eminent domain, whatever it is, or you're a commercial landlord, you're doing evictions, or you have a complicated financing deal, whatever it is, anything with real estate, olslaw.com. That's O'Brien Legal Services, olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. Yeah, I can't.
All right, Doc. We'll see you next week. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Kelly.
Okay, and so 8255. Go with a sure thing.
Car guys will be here. Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell him about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, and come and go. But the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Progressive presents 10 things on a food truck owner's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Stocking the fridge, prepping the stations, finding employees that get along well, finding employees that actually do their job. Looking at you, Gary. Balancing the books, balancing the flavors, having a fresh menu and fresh produce and fresh meat, but never a fresh mouth. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Got one last caller. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay, well, we can ask Genesis about it. What's your name, sir? Okay, the best thing for you to do is to text that in to 57739 and start the body of your message with Tom, and it'll go straight to him.
To be more inclusive, erasing boys from Boy Scouts. Will this help or hurt their cause? Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. So, if you can get a call in, fine. We got Mark Szymanski here with GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Otherwise, we're gonna wrap it up with him. And I am on my text. I'm looking for the latest text, if you'll bear with me. One has to do with, you said the roof venting itself. Now, One guy was told that ridge vents are better than turtles. You're calling turtles those tin things that pop up. And do you have a preference on which is better? Now, I agree with you. If you have both, you could end up canceling out the airflow.
Correct. You don't want both. I personally like ridge vent better.
Because it's all the whole length of the house.
It's the whole length of the house. I think it looks better. So it's more outward. I mean, each turtle vent is roughly 1 square foot of airspace.
Now, somebody said, what about you have the vent, the soffits? If you don't insulate them at all, is it better? Or you insulate them and just keep, like, I don't think you would have to insulate them really if you insulate the attic, right?
Right. If you have most soffits are at least a foot wide. There are houses that have no soffits, then you have to look at other options. But if you at least have a foot wide, and then the best one is
and for those that wondering what a soffit is, it's the bottom of the eave, they call it. It's like the floor of the eave. Okay.
Right. Yeah, where your gutters are.
Yeah.
Your gutters are along your soffit. And so,
they're along the fascia, right, on the end of the soffit, right?
Right, correct. And so then the best one is to have one that goes the whole length of your soffit, and it has vent holes that are just a couple inches, across, and it goes all the whole length of that. That's the best way to do it.
You mean the venting part?
Yeah, or you can put in little boxes or little hockey pucks. You can just go in with a little hole saw and just put a hockey puck vent in.
And by the way, there have been some houses where listen to this, builders have literally, in some cases we have found in the past, put exterior grills up, just tacked them on there.
Oh, and not cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can do most of this from the soffit. You basically cut the hole, and then you have to do something to shove the insulation away so you have airflow.
Yeah. So it's better to have, though, the more venting, the better, really, if you think about it.
Yes.
There's no need to keep that attic comfortable.
No, not at all.
And anything that can move the air can benefit you, and not only extend the life, but it makes it extend the life of the decking, but also of the tile. I mean, of the if they get overheated, you can ruin asphalt too, right?
You could, yes.
But mainly you're talking about the decking.
Yeah, and again, it's condensation that could happen into your attic space. Consequently, if you don't have adequate, you could end up with something growing up in your attic space.
By the way, we were talking about credit cards. Somebody mentioned that Costco has some of the best rewards, 4% on Costco cards. I don't know. Do you use Costco?
Yes, we use it a lot.
Okay. Anyway, 4% on a Costco. I didn't realize that. That's one of them. And then someone else said, well, I don't have time to get that done. But anyway, I want to thank Mark for being here. Remember, he's the one-stop shop when it comes to all of your storm damage, if that's what you want. They also do home improvements as well. And I've known him for many, many years. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Remember, save all your problems for me. Thank you, man.
All right, you clear, buddy. See ya.